Hello and welcome back. We are here continuing the run that we started, mainly as an experimental type of run to kind of mess around with 1.5 a bit. We're going to be continuing doing that. We are trying to pass communism here. I kind of just want to take a look at how that goes, and also kind of reflecting on, as we pull up into the late game and start getting some of these late game technologies, will the presence of having a bunch of companies, so I was thinking that, this throughput bonus is not inconsequential, and perhaps it's the case that as you approach the super late game, economies get better, and you continue to grow at a really high rate, and so we're going to try and push the GDP a little bit, but in particular, your ability to have plus 30% throughput on some of these mines, particularly iron, and I guess we could probably set, also 20% on lead. I was thinking that this might allow for, bigger economies than you would otherwise be able to do. Not so sure why we have the combine of fishes in here. Unless we're just, are we just expanding out all the fisheries? I guess, while we have the combine of fisheries, let's just finish expanding out all the fisheries, I guess, at some point here. We do have quite a lot of construction at this point in time. Probably should be doubling it because we're making a ton of money anyways. Which is, of course, the normal kind of situation you often find yourselves in. When in doubt, double construction. This is kind of pretty much how proper play looks. And so I guess we're just going to unpause and grip it and rip it. Now, I'm really not sure where our armies are at or what they're doing. Hopefully they're doing something useful. So far, the UI is not particularly good. I think we just capitulate out of this war because there isn't a... Or wait, is Siak our subject? Let's just take a look. The country in the... Okay, so they're trying to transfer out our subject, transfer Siak, and we're trying to get... Siak is trying to get French war reps, or not just war reps. So maybe we land them. Not exactly sure what's best. I guess we're gonna take a look. I think we already queued a bunch of naval invasions as, like, one of the things. So I don't want to... I think we already set stuff up, because all of our guys are mobilized. Well, that guy's just sitting at the South India HQ. But he's not mobilized. So let's give him... this guy's a protectionist in the Red Army. That's not gonna... You're not gonna go far with that political ideology, my friend. You gotta make sure that everyone has a general, otherwise you can't use their unit. I wish there was something in the UI to denote whether or not they had a general. Let's actually write that down so we can give feedback on that, because that would actually be, I think, a nice QOL kind of boost. Outliner. No general in outliner. Hey Paul, how's it going? Good morning. How you doing? It's a lovely morning. We're just playing a little bit of Germany. Doing what all Germans fear, becoming a communist. Actually, that's Americans, I think, more so than Germans, but... Actually, and it's not even all Americans, it's like half of Americans, and then the other half doesn't know what communism is, and but at the same time, it's like, capitalism has problems, but that's a lot to, Yeah, so we had this already coming in, this landing, when we, loaded up. So, but now we can do a few more naval landings. I mean, we have to fight the UK here. I guess we didn't see a naval landing come in on the UK, and just for the sake of, like, trying to make sure, let's see if we have an army in, no, so we don't have an army in South India HQ. We're gonna move these guys back to German HQ, and then we're gonna use them to land the UK. There should be an apolitical military law that has political strength, again, of hiring generals, especially when you get to the stage of needing to hire so many. Yeah, it's interesting because there's, like, so many of them are, noticing in this patch, so with SOLs depressed, as a result of Mappy, which I think is one of the big things depressing SOL, people have less money, and I think that it's the case that, like, dividends are less this sort of thing. I've noticed that the armed forces seems in particular to be quite a lot stronger than they normally are, because they tend to get a lot of generals, and if generals are a higher proportion of what's informing, you know, stuff. Are we just not gonna land the UK? Is that the plan? I guess that's a plan of sorts. We'll do the Gulf of Mexico. That'll give the army a little bit of time to move back there, to fly across all of Asia. But yeah, like, this is kind of tedious. I really hate that we just randomly get new armies. I'm not sure exactly what's causing this. I mean, we'll just merge with the general here, right? But, I assume that I'm not giving feedback on this type of stuff too much on their Discord, because I don't think that, I think that this stuff's just, like, they're aware of it, and it's going to get changed either way, so it's not, there's no need. But this will help merge them through. Oceania HQ. Oh, Jesus, why'd I hire a market liberal? We're going communist. We shouldn't be hiring market liberals. Oh well. How's the late game lag looking? Well, it's looking better, but part of that is the fact that I don't have 30k construction by now. So I guess we gotta get up to a higher construction level and see what it looks like after that. So Banjar peasant revolt naturally, of course. Let's move these guys over there. And you, of course, always need to, in terms of, like, playability, if you're going to play on this, something to be aware of is you have to set strategic objectives. Also, with the Prussia into Germany, like, video run, something we noticed is, it was absolutely, like, impossible to push fronts because the morale is bugged right now. So that's a bit of a problem. I guess we occupied Great Britain here, but Baroda is having some problems. I mean, we put our biggest, baddest guys there. But let's land this with this guy, and then I guess we're out of landings, which is not ideal. Of course, I hope they make it so you can land with raised armies, but we'll see how that shakes out. We are, of course, moving on to cooperative ownership with 69% pass chance. Big nice. The map mode showing all state traits is interesting. Yeah, I'm a big fan of them doing this now. Also, you get to see the plantations throughput everywhere, which is actually, like, super nice. I forget if these guys get cotton. If these guys get cotton, that's super big ups for them. No, they don't. But they do get, do get vineyards, so that's something. We get the landing bonus, which is inconsequential. I think we can go up to speed 4 here and just, oh, but we need to add stuff to the construction queue. Okay, so I think we have cleared out all of the fisheries, right? So we're gonna say goodbye to this one, and we're gonna find another company here. We could do standard colonized products. Have we already expanded out all of the wood? We have not. So let's do the forestry conglomerate and start cranking out the wood. I wish you could sort by construction malice, but we can just sort by earnings and look to push the wood in kind of the high earnings places, at least at first. But it looks like we're actually pretty close to being out of wood anyways. Well, close enough. And so we will use this construction, or this company, to, you know, kind of finish pushing all this out. I think we're gonna also put down some furniture and look to swap over to furniture. Look to make sure all of our things are on hardwood. So we're gonna sort by earnings here, and we're just gonna put a smattering down in every place that is incorporated. I still don't know the incorporated versus unincorporated strategy now that there's pretty significant differences between the two. So we'll do some of this. And then I think we will come in and maybe that's enough queue for now. Now, where's the Grand Army? They're at the Gujira out front. Alright, let's make sure that we have designated strategic... Okay, we haven't designated strategic objectives on stuff, which means we won't actually push it, which is, of course, not ideal. What GDP do you think co-ops becomes good? I guess if you do it too early and eats in the investment pool. There's a lot of moving parts, because it also depends on the size of your customs union, because it usually kills your customs union unless they've changed something, and so you can't evaluate it like in a vacuum like that. Just GDP, but the heuristic I kind of use is like usually around. I think at around 1 million GDP it becomes better to do, but if you like can swap earlier, swapping earlier is fine because you know your GDP is growing anyways. That's a critical revolt. I think we're probably gonna get it in though with this 80%, but it's I don't think there's necessarily a hard and fast thing, because if you're getting a ton from your customs union, like if your customs union is absolutely caked out, then, you know, it's possible that you want to eat the inefficiency in exchange for the benefits you're getting from your customs union. But around 870 million is where you pass the threshold where money going into the investment pool is starting to get worse. But, like, you could swap to, like, a different, like, you could, like, swap to homesteading, to decrease the inefficiency, and then like I mean, you can't swap off of capitalists contributing, but yeah, that should. Why did they instantly occupy us when we had guys on the front and they were pushing? That makes no sense. Come on. And now we have to land simultaneously. Like, this is actually incredibly frustrating when you have, like, revs out in the middle of nowhere, because you have to land two armies simultaneously in order to, do it. We're gonna station them both here, I guess. And then we gotta move, we'll deploy you to this C node, and we'll deploy you to this C node. And then eventually we'll need to land both of these simultaneously in order to put down that revolt, because even though we put a guy there who was from here, so he could have gotten there in time, it got, like, bugged out. We got some enforcement of some kind on Belgium. It looks like we're just gonna have to transfer SIAC here, which is a bit unfortunate, but I think we're just getting enforced on now. And we are a cheeky little intervention here. I mean, we could swap sides and, like, force them to capitulate, but this is not. Why did we jump down from 80%? We were so caked up. What happened? Oh, we just freaking market liberal. This Intelligentsia joining, like, we had a guy die and then the market liberal take over, and then that's what propped the rev and made it super caked up, I think, is exactly what happened. Super. I don't think I've seen an Intelligentsia that strong in a while before. So it looks like we're gonna actually lose almost everything here in terms of the wars. But the wars are, like, super broken. This isn't too big a deal. Maybe also show resources on the map and be able to select multiple resources to filter your states to know where to build what. Show resources on the map and then. Oh, like, when I'm looking to build, furniture, it's showing how much wood I have. That would be nice. Let's just sort like this and just just kind of not do it efficiently, but now we're gonna get the most out of our forestry conglomerate, you know? And then we'll also max out this stuff. Also, there's more rubber and more wood, which kind of increases late game potential in some sense, so yeah. But yeah, being able to consider mappy would be nice on stuff. Oop. It is starting to get a little choppy right now, so maybe we'll go communist and then we'll figure out something. Can we please get cooperative ownership? Because we are trying to test. Yeah, thank you. We could ask them to become subject, but we're too tired and haggard from all this. Actually, I think we're supposed to capitulate out of some of these wars here. I don't think we're winning this, so we're just going to capitulate here, because I don't think they're going to give up very soon either. Well, maybe they do because their capital's occupied, but here I think we're just going to capitulate and give up Siak, just so our areas get less devastation. In particular in 3v3v3, I think that people don't capitulate as early as they should. Hello everyone, hope your GDP is booming. Yep. Hope your line's going up. Ours isn't going up very fast. The good old-fashioned Uber crank up is like no longer a thing, it feels like. Let's make sure we're all on steel frame. Yeah, we are. Okay, so let's find where it's cheap for us to construct. And I really like how it creates these uber industrial centers where the cheapest place to construct or where you have all the steel like production going on. Alright. And we see Shaanxi has huge earnings potential here, so we're just gonna actually crank up their steel. So what's that? There we go. At the back there, and then I think once all these forestries clear out, then we'll get rid of the conglomerate and put in a different thing. But yeah, it might just be like super late game. You get to, oh my god. Do we think that? Yeah, we kind of think that we might be able to get the UK out. The Sacred Union. In war we shall find peace. I generally do this one. They're really pissed though. I think we actually recruited this market liberal landowner or guy while we've been playing, and then we got this at the same time, and so we just got uber punished because they were in government before. I've never been more punished in my life. Alright, we're gonna look to work on places that specifically are incorporated. If I recall correctly, this is a little bit more efficient on improving taxes. But I often don't recall correctly. But after this, I think we're gonna test China starts. Something like this. Generalist, is this the only Paradox game I've played? It's the only one I've like really made a lot of content for. I made a couple videos on Crusader Kings for the Song of Fire and Ice mod, but then the mod messes up the no nudity setting, and I didn't want to accidentally demonetize myself by, you know, flashing some nudity, so I stopped making content on it. So our obligation's gonna kind of cut out here. It looks like we'll just absolve the obligation then. That's kind of unfortunate. I wish if you were bankrolling your obligation couldn't disappear like that, but we're gonna be stuck in at plus 100, so maybe we'll get something down the line. Of course, we're just getting clap pushed here, so because we don't have anyone on that front. I think, but like, it looks like they could wipe peace out. I'm not sure. We are going to try and land the Spanjar revolt with 2 navies simultaneously, which was always the plan. Except we can't land with guys that are not stood down. I don't think it's, yeah. I mean, we'll wait for our guys to stand down, I guess. Because we demobilized a few. I mean, okay, so it looks like they'll take a white piece, but we can't propose a white piece. Or it looks like they, well, I guess we're gonna get enforced on that, eh? Right, yeah. Looks like, hopefully we get co-ops in the next one, in the next tick. We don't need the trees anyways, yeah. Select potential for iron and coal and shows me Silesia, or rather all of the states that have both in green and mapped. Oh, to be able to, like, so, like, you can come in here and you can look at potentials, right? You can just do what I do and memorize everything. Memorize which province has both. I actually don't have them all memorized. But yeah, the coal is also notably, I was thinking about this, you know, the labor-saving PMs as well for coal are going to be, like, quite a bit better. You know? Like, you will be able to turn on labor-saving PMs in a way that's, like, also going to be split around, which is, looks like we've already done that, but that's probably a little bit, going to be a little bit annoying. I think that, we are going to focus hardwood production. But our hardwood's real cheap. It's real cheap. We get extra efficiency, so... Hey Java, what's going on? So I don't know. Is there just a hardwood dump into the market? I don't really know. The UI for local goods is, like, actually horrific. Will they capitulate, or can they not capitulate because we're... Oh, I think they can't capitulate. Haha, because it's bugged out. Alright. Why is this not pushed? Why is our huge-ass army not done anything yet? Oh my god. Who's this landing on us? The UK. Maybe we just capitulate. We give up Baroda. Not too big a deal. Oh wait, do we give up yeah, so we were gonna make Baroda our subject instead. And now we have, this last one, which, is kind of annoying because we can't land because we have to wait for our guys to demobilize first. We're demobilizing a couple guys. Obviously, this is just the super broken, you know, situation, but, alright, now we're righteous, so we should be able to clip through this law pretty quick. When the Intelligentsia guy died, they took all the clout with them, and then they left. Touching this guy? Yeah. Amen to that. Alright, so, we get to see it. It's time. We touch this guy. Give me that. Airship mooring post. Trade nexus. Where's our Zeppelin, buddy? Baby, where is it? Where's the Zeppelin? Ooh, little electric train. Hey, oh, that's not the Zeppelin. Where is RV-10? Where is he? Okay, I guess we're not getting our Zeppelin. Alright, so we can reverse sway here, maybe? Oh, we can't reverse sway that one. What is this about? Alright, what's this? Offers to support the Dutch East Indies. Don't think we can... Ooh, we can just transfer states. Really? Yeah. They'll just give us Eastern New Guinea. Yeah, this sway thing needs some work. Obviously. I mean, they know it needs work. Maybe we should just not abuse it as well. We get cooperative ownership, thank God. I was gonna be super sad if we couldn't go communist. So, that should juice up the GDP a little bit. Doesn't really matter what we do or who we land, just as long as we're landing with the 21 and the other stack. Because they'll both get in instantly. So, let's take a look at the GDP. So, it dropped off the second we... Wow, now it's falling. Okay. Now, is this because we don't have our construction queue filled? Let's not add confounding variables by just increasing the construction queue. And instead, let's get rid of this company for now. And get... Oh, what the hell? No! So, laissez-faire was giving us company. We just, like, lost company into the black hole. Let's get rid of this one. And then... But that's good to know. So I guess once you want to decide what your 6 late game companies are going to be, and then you swap off laissez-faire. And then you lose the ability to swap companies. Effectively. But we'll do that. So now we've gone to losing some money, quite a bit of money. We have a little bit of a glut of that, but that doesn't seem to have helped our GDP. But this is often the case when you make this initial swap. So, how good is rice if construction is doubled? What do you mean? The cost of per construction of a rice farm was increased by roughly 33%. And then the outputs were increased by 100%. So rice farms are the only thing that's gotten more efficient. And stupidly efficient. So, which is why that is going to be the only place we try and get grain from. We actually would not even mind exporting grain. Just so we can build more of those and have them be profitable. Market prices are interesting. Yeah, this is what I had feared would happen. Look at this. All the luxuries are just uber depressed in price. They, like, overtune the PM to produce so much fucking luxury goods. So, like, now you're going to have to... You're not going to want to put everything on producing luxury goods. You're going to want to have some just, like, focusing on non-luxury production. Yeah. Like, look at this. This will make more money. I think we wanted to incorporate Delhi. Looks like we are incorporating it. But so this means that, you're probably... I wonder what the strategy is now, though, then. So, like, maybe East Prussia, where we have a 52 stack here, right? Maybe we're supposed to do... East Prussia is supposed to do... Prioritize this. It's because it's gonna make way more money. Right? And this, in turn, will decrease the supply of luxury clothes. Because right now, there's just too much. And the same thing with glass and the other stuff. Yeah, so I think that whichever is our tallest one is Silesia. It's already prioritizing. Maybe Beijing too will prioritize glass. Maybe Hesse, we're already prioritizing glass. Yeah, the glass is the really profitable one, the prioritizing glass ones. But this means you're gonna have to decide where you want your luxuries. You're gonna have to localize luxuries. You're gonna have to decide where you want the cheaper luxuries and where you just want the all-out construction. I'm not sure if... wow, maybe this is better. God, that sucks. And we're gonna... because we kind of want to be on the luxury furniture because we want to create buy orders for hardwood, but how else can we create buy orders for hardwood then? If we aren't going to use if the luxury furniture thing is going to be, it's going to suck. Because, like, hardwood's already depressed in price. Arms industries, trade routes, shipyards, furniture. If we export it. A little bit. Hey, Nike's fan with the dono. Thank you so much. One of these days I'm gonna get you to do Ethiopia, I swear. I have made Ethiopia, since your initial donation, I think I've made Ethiopia in every single vote where it would be reasonable. But if you keep donating, you're just incentivizing me to never do Ethiopia. Think of the kids, Generalist. I'm taking food out of their mouth. You know what, though? Ethiopia is going to be a huge... It's going to be so much more annoying to do with local goods prices because you don't have a place with iron and coal. I thought you didn't even have wood, but you have wood. But, like, you struggle. They're like, it's uber struggle bus. I think it won't be as bad, like, Italy into Ethiopia, and you just, like, try and build there and this sort of thing. And you maybe... The catch and release, I think, is super big memes, and then we can... I also, for the selling out idea, right, because I'm doing it in part because the dono, I was thinking we could try and figure out a way to go do debt slavery as well, and just do the full capitalist laws. You shouldn't have waited. Yeah, fair enough. Punished. So now we get the full occupation here. So we should be able to enforce on Banjar, but it looks like our economy is rebounding as things adjust. But in particular, man, this is something I like speculated when I was talking about in the PM's video, but ungodly, like yeah, we're gonna send us some out. I think we're gonna just sort by amount, but like the luxuries PMs are just overtuned, which I suppose is fine. Like now you're gonna have to pick and choose where you want your luxuries, which is maybe better in some sense. But now we're just gonna... I mean, the luxury PMs are more efficient, right? So you would rather be on them, but the prices of the luxuries getting depressed makes it so, yeah. You'll give me 15 bucks if you do Switzerland to $1 billion. Well, so one of the memes I've been wanting to do is Switzerland, where we try and do Switzerland without conquering any contiguous land. But I don't do runs in exchange for money, like, categorically. Or, like, as of this point in time. I might do a Patreon thing where people get votes or something, but probably not. Or not at this point. I'm pretty sure triple digits at this point. He's made bank off the blue balling him. Yeah. To be fair, I've never said at any point in time, if you do one more dono, I'll do it. I'm trying to think, what were we trying to do? Okay, so let's see if we can pull anyone in the customs union. Probably not. I imagine let's see what the modifier is. Incompatible economic systems, the -50. So this is what I was talking about. The disadvantage of going Council Republic is that, you know, you have this situation going on. Maybe we just need to pull the GDP up a lot. So, like, they created a mechanic that overall depresses GDP, and so I think this, concurrent with, like, the super uber luxuries, is causing this effect. Tidor, religious revolts. Oh, we don't even care about this, really, but let's just designate this as a strategic objective in case that's our guy over there pushing. I don't think it is. Trade unions are powerful. Used to be influential, now they're powerful. Good. Good old market lib idiots. Alright, market lib idiots, like, it's not the best in the game. Guaranteed libs. Could try and go... No, we can't go back to peasant levies. Damn. The truth hurts. Do we just have the best laws for everything? We kind of do. Wait, do we have multiculturalism? No, we don't. Alright, so that's the next one to try and get. We have a communist. I think this makes it easier for us to roll anarchists, no? Maybe, okay, there's our anarchist. Oh, I thought I saw... I made a mistake. We could have invited the humanitarian instead. No! No! We could have invited the humanitarian. He would have done a movement for workers' protections. But now, we can put this gentleman in charge. We can say, hey, Oh, we can't grant leadership. Just kidding. We're bad at this game. How's minus 515k not something to be freaked out about? It's called deficit spending, my friend. We want to be minus a significant number. Of course, deficit spending, we have to like readjust to the fact that everything costs more construction now. So like, my ability to evaluate like how much deficit I can afford is like demonstrably like significantly off. Let's just sort by earnings. Just do something like that. But we want to start like, I don't know, terraforming India here. Credit limit is increasing faster. Yeah, exactly. This is the way. I'm gaining a larger and larger line of credit by building more buildings than I am, or my line of credit is increasing faster. I'm not even sure we're supposed to be on railroads on this stuff. The railroads, I'm actually super. I think railroads kind of suck, and so yeah, look at this infrastructure level that we have for enough railroads to support. You know, all this, like, labor-saving PMs, and so I think we're gonna swap some off. And this will make it so the railroads don't auto-expand as much. But this is something to keep in mind for, like, future runs. And the power plants will not expand as much, but they're not, I don't think they're very productive, but this is wholly productive, so we're gonna try and get the, why don't we 51 this, so this 31, 41, 51. And another thing is, I have to talk to Jerry about this, because he loves himself some subsidies, but I think subsidizing these for the infrastructure might actually make a lot of sense. We're gonna use electric streetlights in here, though. But, like, if you sub this, then you'll get more infrastructure out, right? Because this number is increasing as employment increases. Let's sub this one specifically and see what happens. Yeah, so this good infrastructure goes up. So it might be the case that you would rather sub urban centers for infra than railroads, which is a little bit of an interesting one. Shouldn't the farmers eat luxury because they earn tons of money now? This is maybe going to happen. We're seeing SOL climb up, and so it takes a little. SOL is like it's a lagging effect. So, like if you take a look, these guys are in huge deficit, and these guys are in huge excess. It takes them it takes them a little while to tick up to the next level. Well, I guess those ones shot up, but generally my understanding is it takes a while, and so as they start to get to a better strata. Yeah. By going cooperative ownership, you diluted your dividends into POPs. Small amounts of capitalists consume more with the same amount of money because demand is logarithmic. Small amounts of capitalists consume more. I understand that they consume more luxury goods. I'm not sure demand is logarithmic, though. You mean, like, returns on consumption in terms of creating wealth is logarithmic? I agree with that. I don't know about demand being logarithmic. I haven't played the beta. How's the new military system? It's unplayable. Like, if you're playing the beta, you're playing for the eco. The new military system is just too buggy to, like, I mean, it's cool, like, what's going on. We could talk about it a little bit, but, like, so, like, the cool thing is, all these new mobilization things, you'll get to choose what guys mobilize with, which will affect consumption when they're mobilized, and this sort of stuff. And I think this is really cool, and also it's not implemented yet, but you see we have artillery and we can recruit artillery, and this says artillery, but it's supposed to be cavalry. And you can recruit cavalry, but right now it's identical. Like, the units, the changing the units doesn't do anything. So there's no reason to build anything other than infantry, so we just have all infantry, but it'll be interesting. Half a year ago, USA ran with cooperative ownership, and I didn't have the problem with luxuries. Well, I mean, the problem might be it requires hitting a threshold where they start consuming them. We see we've gotten the price up a little bit by decreasing our production a little bit. And we're going to really crank this up. I kind of like the idea of this place. Let's actually fully expand this. Got a little bit of steel here. Let's add a couple more. We get a free one of these. I don't think we're going to use it. And then we definitely want to pass. I mean, we don't want workers' protection, so yeah, to give money back to the bureaucrat. That's why co-op ownership is the worst law out there. It doesn't give you anything back. Planned eco is at least gives you money for the warm economy or useless government buildings. Give money back to the bureaucrats so they consume. No. Command economy. I don't know if you're memeing, but command economy sucks balls. So what happens with command economy is instead on all the weekly balance, it goes to government dividends, so it goes directly to you. However, this malice from the investment pool malice, where things get multiplied by a multiplier, this applies to all government dividends. And so 80% of your money when you're on cooperative ownership, or sorry, when you're on command economy, you get the eco up to 2 billion, 80% of it just gets deleted from the economy instead of turning into buy orders. So it just eviscerates demand in your economy and depresses like prices, which in turn depresses like the economy, because you'd rather have expensive goods instead of cheap goods. I mean, you'd most like to have like middle price goods, but it's really bad with workers' co-ops. We see that ownership has changed to shopkeepers. Shopkeepers reinvest 5% of their income into the investment pool, and so even though this is like the smallest amount you can get, and even though it is multiplied by this, it's 5% that's getting multiplied by a negative modifier rather than 100%. And this is why cooperative ownership is just like far and away. Like, once you get to a large economy, cooperative ownership is way better than the other ones. Yeah, this is not profitable. We might just switch this one too. I think that... what do we do here? Yeah, I kind of think the power plants low-key suck, and yeah, the railroads maybe low-key suck too. Okay, what are we doing in Shaanxi with the resources? They're just like fully expanded. So we could probably think about building out some of this arable land. Wow, they still have full employment. What the frick? Is Silicon auto expand? No, it's just gone up to 100 naturally. We might. Oh, if we're in a place where it produces silk, we actually don't want to be on. We want to at least be on craftsman sewing, right? So we can make use of this silk. We just, like, maybe don't consume the rubber. And this will be better. God, that's so weird. We have to, like, rethink all these, like, chains and stuff. I get credits for increasing faster, but how much does it cost to finance all this debt? Isn't it an issue? Well, so when you are paying interest, this interest gets paid to people who own the credit line. So the way that credit works is the cash reserves of your nation are your line of credit, roughly speaking. I think it works a little bit differently. I can't remember the exact dynamic, but when you pay interest, you're paying it to these pops, so they consume. So it just stimmies the economy. It's not, the money's not getting deleted. And while if it gets too out of hand, it's really inefficient. You don't want to go down that route. It's still quite strong overall. So maybe we incorporate North Bengal. God, that's like so much bureaucracy. So I guess we're just going to add a ton of bureaucracy so we can start incorporating some stuff here and there. And so we know we want to incorporate North Bengal, I think. So, because I think we want to build manufactories there. So let's build that up to 31, and then let's look where we have negative tax and is also incorporated, and also add there. And then we see like a place like Anhalt, right? Let's go to Anhalt. We see that it has infrastructure problems, right? What about doing this to solve the infrastructure problem? Is this so bad? Because I think we like kind of don't like building the railroads. Let's go to Shaanxi. We see the railroads expanding. Maybe we don't want to auto expand the railroad. Maybe we just want to subsidize this instead, and stop auto expanding the railroad. I mean, we are using. I think we're using the labor saving PMs. How much are we spending on the railroad to subsidize it? Like quite a bit here, right? The weekly balance is tremendous because we're using the PMs. Maybe we shouldn't even be using the PMs. And then we're gonna have to deal with like expensive subsidies on the other stuff, but it's giving us a lot of infrastructure. But maybe once you're starting to use the infrastructure, you know, for this, maybe this is when you want to start going like, how bad is this? How expensive is this gonna be? This is gonna be real expensive. Okay, so maybe this is not tenable. But why is it so bad? Because the services are really cheap, because, I don't know. But I think that, let's take a look. If we decrease the price of some of this stuff, well, that one's really efficient, but what about decreasing this? Well, now we'll be able to hire way more laborers, right? Which could de-peasant the pop. We also have a ton of unemployed here specifically. We could build some agriculture. Yeah. Co-op and planned economy gives better SOL to lower pops, which get a bigger part of your population, so you get better pop growth if you care about it in the late game. Yeah. Try console switching to laissez-faire and see your demand for luxuries go up. I agree that demand for luxuries will probably go up. This isn't why I'm saying that it's the other one's bad. Also, demand for luxuries has gone up a little bit as we've let, you know, just their SOL climb a little bit. But also, luxuries don't normally get this depressed in price. This is not a normal phenomenon, and part of it is, if you look at the PMs, they've changed them to make them way more oriented like this. The reason you go co-op, it has entirely to do with the IPT malice. You want to reduce, yep, exactly. Planned eco gives so much more money to you, though. Yeah, but it's deleting money from the economy. It's like, it's causing the entire economy to slow down here. See, the way, like, the money that's going to you is the dividends. They all get paid out to you, but then they're multiplied by this. And so once it gets to 0.2, when you're at 2 billion GDP for command economy, 80% of the dividends just go away. They just get eviscerated into nothing. Whereas for us, only 5% are going away, or like 5% of the money that goes into only 5% of our money is going into reinvestment from dividends because the ownership is on shopkeepers. So this means that so 95% just gets spent back into the economy. The shopkeepers, I believe it hires shopkeepers and it distributes workforce ownership shares, so it just distributes the money to the workers. These workers all spend it on consumption goods, which raises the prices of consumption goods and allows everything to be more profitable. And you see our GDP has already climbed back above what it was before. And so it's but when you're paying out to you all the dividends and they're multiplied by 0.2, that means that 80% is just going away. Now only 5% is getting multiplied by this number, and so of that 5%, you know, a little more than half is going away. So we're only deleting 3% of the money from our economy instead of 80%. If we swap to command economy, all the prices of everything in our market would collapse, or prices of a lot of things would collapse, all consumer goods. I don't have console commands activated. In multiplayer, when you build 10 million strong armies, you kind of need the money. Yeah. Subsidizing urban centers is a fast way to bankruptcy. I mean, maybe. I think that if services are sufficiently large, it will be better than building railroads, because railroads on a construction basis don't seem that efficient. What are we running out of, though, here? Just power. So why don't we add some more here? It's pretty profitable. Why don't we actually, yeah, having to micromanage the power kind of really sucks, though. So let's just build up a couple of these in areas where it says it's over 2 profitability. The Congo we actually probably shouldn't. We should just use different PMs. No, yeah, that's a separate issue. Yeah, that's a separate issue. Okay. God, should we really swap back to sawmills? God, that sucks. Because we have these railroads. No, let's swap this to steam. But so far, I'm from a play perspective, I'm just really not a fan of, yeah. Okay, so Bohemia, we're out of this. We're making money on that. But let's, are we out of convoys? We have negative convoys too. But let's take a look at the urban centers. I wish we could just, subsidize this up to, just up to, the point where, it was giving us enough, infrastructure. But what happens if we just sub it here? How much money will we hemorrhage? Probably too much. It'll make services cheaper. Not necessarily something we want to do, but, yeah, we're not going to do that. Let's see, we can see how much we're paying in subsidies. We're paying 11,000 to urban centers. Or 100,000 to urban centers. So, I think here's one of them. That we're trying this experiment. I think it's, well, it's gonna go down once we get that, but it's probably still not gonna be good. You want to produce services via only electricity? But I'm not going for just the services. I'm trying to decrease the amount of railroads I'm building. I'm trying to see if this is a viable way to decrease railroads. I feel like, and like, part of this is testing. I'm saying I don't know. But it also lets you locally inject a lot of money into a place, right? If you're just subsidizing targetedly. I think we're probably going to take off the subsidy, but we're going to play around with it a little bit, at least. Services are local, though, right? Yeah, so you want to use higher PMs in less urbanized states, so the wood stands in urbanized states, so tedious, yikes. Yeah, it is super tedious, like, and what's annoying is it's not, you know, you could create a conjunction of, like, if-then statements or whatever, that produce, like, exactly what you want. But, like, if we're trying to get infrastructure, you know? This is going to be a big one. This is also probably going to... Is that million? That says it gets us a lot more money. But, like, the game has gotten, like, a lot more tedious, I think. Don't think we necessarily want to use the thresher on that. But, like, now we look at this and we don't know if we haven't swapped over PMs either. Like, if we've made mistakes or something. I'm pretty sure we all... Nope, we don't want brine electrolysis everywhere. God. Diesel engines, and we probably want diesel engines wherever we have oil specifically, although I think we're going to hit an oil shortage here. I think we actually do want this everywhere. Right? Are we going to hit an oil shortage? We have hit an oil shortage. Alright, where are buy orders coming from? Ton from glassworks, motor industries, coal mines, food, lead, gold, arms. So the motor industry's PMs are not that efficient, so we might start rolling some of those back, because in terms of how much net value they're adding per one, it's not particularly high. It kind of sucks. But we still want some automobiles. that solve the shortage? No, so now it's up to... It's close to solving the shortage. It's a very small shortage now. And of course we can just expand the oil rigs, right? So that'll solve the shortage, but it's not a long-term solution. But now automobiles are gonna crank up in expensiveness, which is not a problem. But we definitely want to kind of make less of them. But this is kind of what I expected to happen, like when I talked about it in the spreadsheet, whereas like on a per oil basis, it's really not that great a PM. Now Hanover, we're actually going to keep them on because Hanover has local oil production, so this PM will be more efficient in Hanover than it would be elsewhere. And maybe we actually just swap it off in everywhere but like places like Hanover. Places that have local production. Something like this. We see it's going to make a lot of these less profitable. It's also tanking the price of engines right now. So we're going to see some cascading negative effects because we're producing way more engines now. And so we're about to flood the market with engines as well. So perhaps not so good. You could go steam turbine. Pneumatic tools for hardwood, electric arc process. These electricity PMs I'm super less bullish on now that electricity is a huge pain in the dick. Could go for arc welding, I say, as I complain about electricity. Maybe we just make a little bit of a push towards tanks or something like this. It's not really that important. I think maybe we avoid the military stuff, so... I mean, we kind of want to do tier 5 type tech. Maybe do radio telephones? Telephones and a radio into arc welding or something? I don't know. Let's look to unlock some of the more of the goods, though. Go back to wooded stalls, keep electric lighting, that's how you keep them profitable. Oh, instead of arcades. Well, it says it makes less money, but it's going to reduce the electricity shortage, so let's try this. It's going to make significantly less services. Well, the balance is positive. So we just hate the arcades then? Because what are we getting from the arcades? 10 more services? Though we kind of hate the electricity. Like, the electricity is not very efficient. Does arcades get an infrastructure? It does not, so... But this is a little bit better. It's still a huge outgoing subsidy though, but also I forgot which other urban centers we have going subsidized. Was it here? No. Was it here? No, it might have been Brandenburg, or it might have been Silesia. No. I guess we could just turn off all of them and just turn on one. Or we could actually take a look. Oop, get rid of that. Where are we subsidized? So Anhalt we're subsidized, so we could take a look at Anhalt. But we're on covered markets in Anhalt, but let's just stop subsidizing. But I have to imagine there's actually some heuristic where you want to subsidize conditionally for infrastructure purposes. I don't know, maybe when you're building up initially. Because let's just take a look. I think Anhalt's going to have a huge infra problem now, no? That's not too bad. But like, Shaanxi... Okay, there's local oil production, so we could have gone just on diesel trains in Shaanxi, and I think that this is actually probably fine, right? Well, no, well, are we causing shortages of oil? But it's the oil price is pulled down here. This is another thing I thought was that you know, local price, where you locally produce oil, it might make more sense to turn on these PMs. Is wood significant now when considering rainbow states? I mean, wood very early on, yeah, wood's really significant in terms of like the overall. As a percentage of your construction costs, it goes down as you get onto steel frame, right? But if you look at the goods prices here, or you look at the goods, base price of iron is 30, I think. So there's 150 cost of iron in terms of base price. Wood is 20, so I think it's 80. And so while it's less important than iron, it's still important. But wood is also an input for tools, if I recall correctly. And so like part of this tools, in terms of like the eventual chain breakdown, is going to be when you're on you know, steel tools. You see that there's quite a bit of wood in here, so like you know, it ends up being I think you have to like trace it back, but as a percentage of the goods that are going into the construction goods, which are the primary creation of buy orders in these rainbow states, it's pretty substantive. What's all these 20 to 30 level buildings? Well, we've been experimenting a lot and not necessarily doing the right things. Also, I think, you know, the 30s are the ones that are particularly going to want to get upgraded. But the 20s and the 10s, like... So let me show you what I'm thinking about here. If we sort by earnings here, right, Megas fan, you see that the marginal building on these places that don't have a single one is really, really high. And so is it worth building 10 of the or 20 first buildings, or is it worth, you know, 51ing some of these? And you look at the marginal building, it's really not that great. And so what I think is you actually want a few places to really be high level. So a few places are abusing throughput, and then other places are just filling market demand and abusing mapping. And so I'm not sure what's best anymore. And it's going to be, actually, the annoying thing is consumer goods, I think you're actually going to want to generally build shorter. And then the industrial goods, you're going to want to have a greater bias towards building tall. So the industrial goods probably are going to be more like 51able now, just kind of as a consequence of like how things happen. So I guess we'll 51, you know, a lot of these here. But you're right, we should be 51ing some stuff. But we're also, yeah, I mean, we're trying to play to mapping more than anything else right now. In terms of, like, explaining my play, I'm not saying it justifies the errors, but I think that, in particular, those ones will be important. Also, the earnings on these looks relatively good. We see stuff like this, where, yeah, we should just be doing this. Like, especially when it's in the high 30s, but I don't think it's cut and dry, where like you only want to be building stuff up to 51. It's just probably, and this could even be a mistake, by the way. I'm not 100% on like this or anything really. This one's an interesting one. I think that some places you're just going to benefit a ton from blasting sulfur into synthetic plants into space. Something like this. Glassworks. Glassworks is a weird one because it's mixed good between consumer and industrial. Also takes so long to finish buildings now. But that queue will keep us going for forever. What we had done earlier is we had set stuff on auto expand. And I think auto expand is going to be like, it's just going to be a lot more tedious. They changed it. Now pops will consume automobiles, but it's such a bad PM that you don't want to produce it anyway. Yep, this is pretty much the conclusion here. And so now it's plus 75, so it's just wildly profitable. But, like, well, with it at plus 75, maybe we want to do it. But on a per oil basis, it's not that efficient at adding value. But like, I mean, I don't think we want to come off of houseware plastics, so. One moment, I have to take a call from my insurance company, so I'm gonna hit you with some ads and have a call from Mercury Insurance. Hello? Hello? Yes, it is. Yep. Okay. Yes. My full name is Peter in Iranian Curtis. Alright, I'm back, just not back in frame. Sorry about that, guys. I got in a car accident yesterday, so I had to give a statement. You forgot there were ads? Yeah, I can play them anytime I want. Of course, now. I assume most people left. For those of you who are still here, hello. I am back. Yeah, did need to talk that one through a little bit. I kind of forgot where we were at. Yeah, talking about that was not necessarily... Alright, so we're mainly trying to test stuff out. Let's see if the prices of the luxury goods have come up some more. I think they have. But I think that there's going to be some heuristic for where you want to build your luxury goods and where you don't. And I'm assuming the major metropolitan areas are going to want to... The really rich areas are going to be the ones that want to produce the luxury goods, and the other ones produce basic goods. Something like this will be the heuristic. Or no. The heuristic is probably... Yeah. Like, we produce silks here, right? So we definitely want to produce luxury goods here. But we don't produce silks, say, in Silesia, right? So maybe we want to prioritize non-luxury clothing in places like Silesia, which instantly makes this building profitable, right? And then in places like, hello, King Goldcarter. And then in places like this is where we produce the luxuries. Of course, we do have a shortage there, but, you know, also like Lombardia, or Venetia, where we have synthetic plants going, and we also have silk plantations, right? Here we definitely want to be, you know, at least on craftsman sewing, and perhaps only craftsman sewing, but the rubber's really cheap, so yeah, there's that. I guess we expanded out the rubber industries completely, and we took off the automobile production, so these two, like, in concert, it probably makes it so that, you know, we're more kind of in that realm. Ooh, we could sort by upkeep on this? I thought we couldn't before when we had taken a look. But maybe we 51 here in Madras, so we start moving towards that. The problem is these guys have negative construction efficiency, if I recall, and it's pretty significant. And so we'd kind of rather build somewhere else, like Bombay. Also, Bombay does not have negative construction. Rhine. I guess we could sort by which has, like, the least tax. Something like this, but we do want to get to a higher number. Now, we also are having convoy problems. If you're having convoy problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, and convoys are amongst them. This is also something we talked about where I am thinking that, oh my god, my brain, I'm like lost in the sauce right now. I'm thinking that, or well, let's first add a few here, but then look by whichever has the lowest earnings. I assume that this place just is stuck on anchorages, and that's why. But I believe that we will actually want to use modern ports in areas that have, you know, a lot of oil. Like, I think Nejd, for example, is really cheap. The earnings are really good because it's oil there. I think we might have done the same with Congo and Gabon. But we do, maybe we also care about the infra that's given. Yeah. But also these places, a lot of the ones we just put up in front, they have a lot of, what is it, the things with the stuffs. They're producing a lot of ships. Grant leadership in 7 months to go multiculturalism, which will be nice. We get annexed for a ton of infamy. Also in Mexico. I mean, we could start turning up, like, in that way, I guess. Maybe we lead with dominioning. Why is this cost? Wait, what? Why is Dominion cost 1? Great power, unincorporated states, insignificant power. Oh, they're a subject of ours? They're a protectorate? Is this it? Well, I guess we're gonna Dominion them no matter what, but... Oh, and it says there's a 25% chance they just, accept? Now let's see. Impact of war goal would become a Dominion. Different power difference, loyal subjects. So loyal subject is an interesting one. So we'll just try it, I guess. Chile refuses demands. Rip the dream. So we're making money again, which implies we want to add construction. So let's see where there's low upkeep. Shaanxi, Mecklenburg. West Prussia. We have a decent chunk of labor in Westphalia. We are pretty built up there. So we'll just keep cranking up construction a little bit here. But the GDP's come along at a pretty good rate. Peru, Bolivia sides with Chile, which is perhaps to our advantage. We can look to maybe Dominion Peru, Bolivia. The thing is, these guys are super fearful. They might back down, so maybe we just war rep out Peru, Bolivia. Something like this. Italy is swayed. Well, Italy we can do something with, right? So I think we'll do this. But also we could just actually just do a dozen landings on, or a half dozen landings on Italy and like full enforce on them with one thing. But we can't subjugate. So it's very likely that they back down. Also notice that you cannot liberate too much. How do you like the performance? The performance seems improved. We might be switching up and doing something else in just a little bit here. But I guess we'll liberate Lucca. This kind of feels bad. 1907, the point in a game which you've been slowly building up to the whole game, where you can make major events happen in the world and the game is laggy to play. I mean, it's choppy, but it's not as bad as it was before. But we also only have 8K construction at this point, so it's difficult to... It's kind of difficult to, like, give too strong an opinion on, you know? But yeah, I mean, that's the rub, isn't it? But we're cranking up the construction quite a bit, and the GDP is coming up quite a bit, and this SOL, actually it's a little sticky now. But I think the play pattern of building industrial goods tall and consumer goods wide is probably going to be pretty set in there. We were 50-1ing some stuff, as Nike's fan suggested, although I'm assuming he left when I left to take the phone call from my insurance company. Kind of. Can we station troops in Brazil? No, we can't. So this is a bit unfortunate. We have to station troops all the way out here so that they can land faster, but this is not going to be ideal at all. I think we're going to move all the navies over and just look to hit their entire coastline. We gotta make sure they have guys. Vanguardist? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. We would avoid protectionist types. Really don't want them becoming the IG leader. We don't want protectionists in the Red Army. Stalin has this masterful quote, and by masterful I mean horrific. He said it takes a brave man not to be a hero in the Red Army. Joke, of course, being you had more to fear from Stalin than you did the enemy. Kind of don't like that we can't delete these, but yeah, whatever. Good enough. Well, kind of good enough. We kind of want our multiculturalist boyo. So, oh, we'll just be able to instant occupy Chile. All of it. Yeah, Peru, Bolivia will be a little bit of a slog. Maybe we're supposed to... See, I think it's just very likely they back down and we just get caught with the bag with infamy. Wow, they want to regime change us. Interesting. I guess that's because we're communists? I respect it. Don't understand it, but I respect it. So, yeah, I think they all benefit from it if they open source the Clausewitz engine. I mean, wouldn't that lead a lot of people just knocking off their games? Wide building consumers seems to be a valid idea, especially since consumers have linear demands, such as base goods. If you have tall provinces such as China and Japan, you can go for 51. Yeah, this is kind of what I think as well, which also, I've been thinking that China on this iteration might actually be the best for maximizing GDP, despite the slowdown, because the rice farms change is pretty significant, and also stuff like that. Like, it's easier to build super tall. It's probably just a huge Python spreadsheet. Some weirdos would rewrite it in assembly. I think the whole mapping thing might help Asian countries in a weird way. Yeah, I agree with this because of like what I just mentioned, or like also the 51 thing. It's easier to get to the throughput, EOS throughput on a lot of things. I think with just the higher pop states, and like. Yeah, I mean, like, if European states got consolidated, it would maybe not be a problem, but they're not consolidated, right? So, I'm gonna just... Why can't we land? Oh, they're already in that C node? Fine, fair enough. If this doesn't work, this entire war is bricked. Which is kind of some bullshit, but... Well, we could just swap sides if we want. Like, this entire experience is just super rough. Alright, and then, now we have to look and see... Has our generals died? Or they could have an army lacks a general type of, like, notification. Are calculations even offloaded to GPU on the Clausewitz engine? I don't know. The value in the map games comes from the flavor stories, and we're already paying for DLCs for that. The value in their map game comes from the flavor stories. GDP's cranking up here. In a way, it was not before, although it might be some of our adjustments we've made. Really would love the pops to consume more luxuries, but it's looking like the prices, are they rising even more? Yeah, they're starting to creep up even more, so maybe this is just adjustment thing. Alright, so now we have this electrics industries thing, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to look... Oh, no, wait, I know exactly where we want to produce some of them. Hold up. This is the place. I think we have fully expanded out the sulfur. Oh, we should put that, kick that in the front of the queue and get rid of the sulfur company. It's probably actually a small enough percentage of our thing that we should get rid of it anyways. So we can think about, what does this even give us? Power plants building throughput? That actually seems pretty good. But is it worth the throughput that we're getting on the coal mines and the sulfur? This gives power plants throughput. There isn't one of these for power plants, which would maybe make power plants a lot more viable. Supply consumption's interesting, because if this makes it so that you still get all the buy orders for the goods, but they just cost 5% less, that's free juice to your economy. That's actually, like, potentially insane. Colony growth speed. I think we'll just keep where we're at. We have powered the telephones, yeah. Did you see the new regime change Diploplay teased? Yeah, that you could target it. It is gonna be super ballers, specifically for 3v3v3, but like also just in general. So hopefully this landing thing works, because if it doesn't, we're like fucked. Because we landed with all of our stuff, so it better work. Yeah, we have no more landings available, and yeah, combat is just fucking unplayable right now because well, I guess we're gonna win some offensives, but it's really hard to offensively push if you can't whittle down morale. So yeah, here's to hoping we manage to do this, because our guys have to travel to the fronts, and they are traveling, but like, feels bad, man. I guess if their guys are traveling from Italy, they're pretty screwed. Yeah, actually. Alright, let's see where we have the cheapest upkeep, and yeah, I think it's so cool though how it's like it forces you to build tall, like in this weird way. And you know, we should pop off really hard when we get multiculturalism. Speaking of, grant leadership. You are now the leader of the trade unions, thanks. What's that? Also the rural folk support? I don't know how our rural folk is so weak, though. I don't know why they're marginalized like this. They're super loyal, so I guess we would want to get them demarginalized. Maybe we can build more agriculture? I'm not sure. This game is like such that I think I just have to slow down my rate of play a lot, and while I'm trying to figure out like how things should be handled. So Nej, we have like this really nasty like infrastructure thing here. Well, I guess the first thing is that, are these on electric trains? No, they should be on diesel trains, right? Why on diesel trains, you say? I don't know. That way we don't have to build it so freaking many of them. And they'll be way more profitable. These, I believe, are using the tankers, but how the hell do we get more people here is the problem. And this is also using oil. Why is the migration negative? Holy shit. So we probably have to downsize stuff. We probably have to downsize these oil rigs, except we can't because we're in a rev potential. Oh, and it's a big one for cultural exclusion. Son of bitch. We should have oh my god. I think we might loads just so we can exile this market liberal idiot. We do not want the market liberal idiot while we're trying to pass a law, because he's just going to join on everything. Hopefully this is the right state. What tax law are you on? Do you have social welfare at max level? That should increase demand. I mean, it should. I think I generally would like to increase demand by making industries have better margins. Oh. Well, I didn't want to grant him command, but I'll grant him leadership in a sec. But I wanted to exile this idiot. Hey, look what we get. Look what we get. We get a humanitarian because we're so handsome and good at this game. Oh no, it's not gonna work. Son of a bitch. Really? Why did you get stationed instead of moving to the front, you idiots? That's actually kind of frustrating. Man. They just like... We might switch sides and capitulate. We don't have that much auto production in the queue, right? We kind of do. Because it bricks your auto expansion. I guess our auto expansion might be stupid too, right? Alright, maybe we save, or... We can also demobilize, but the point is we can't re-land anymore. We have such a big army and it doesn't matter because the mechanics are stupid. I'm just gonna swap. Save myself the headache. You answered it already, but the reason is you are on homesteading instead of collectivized farming. Oh, I'll take a look. Tim's very amused. By the idiots. So now, we've been swapping off a lot, and we have noticed that it does kill all of your... It doesn't kill your PMs, at least, but it does kill your auto expansion. We're still trying to pass multiculti, and let's see, what else do we have to do? I mean, we're fighting Peru, Bolivia, we're going for war reps, and liberate Lucca, Italian. I think we'll just propose... Oh, this is another thing that's really stupid. So when the primary war leader gets pulled out, everyone demobilizes and gets removed from France. Or they don't demobilize, they just remove from France. But we'll just propose a white peace. We don't need to, like, take everything. We don't need the bag. It's fine. And so now we're not at war anymore. For what it's worth. Just not a lot. We're researching the radio. Cheat, yeah, basically. Cheater generalist. Now we know how he makes all his money. Speaking of cheats, it's time to build some of these dirty rice farms. The only auto expand button we'll ever need. We won't like super mega build them, but we'll do that. Let's see what the price of grain is even in the market. Yeah, this is such a problem. There's not even like a very good way to solve it either. Oh wait, this shouldn't be on electric, should it? Yeah, gas streetlights, there we go. I guess we just decrease the levels of stuff. And then if I recall correctly, they don't actually get a throughput bonus from, yeah, so you should just incorporate the oil-oriented places because they're not getting a throughput bonus. Good uni right now. Or good at uni. Paul and Joey are, of course, in a brutal and extended conflict, fighting for the opportunity to buy themselves a candy bar. Technically, I think, can Joey still get to first place if he gets all the points? If you get 16.6 points? You should really pick Discord when you're streaming, should I? Alright. I'll put it on the news. Although I don't know how long I'm gonna be going. I don't want to annoy people is the thing. That's why I like never ping Discord. But I suppose that's kind of stupid, right? Because the people on the Discord are there to watch me in general. Or they're there because they like watching me, so... it is not bold and presumptive of me to assume that they would want to watch. So maybe I'll start trying to ping. Oh, that's studio. I need the live stream. Yeah, let's jump into the thing. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be going, but you're right. I probably should. Now you get to hear ooh crunch the ad. That sounded unpleasant. But yeah. Hey, Playa. You? Question mark. I'm assuming you're asking, Paul, how he's doing. Hey man, is the reason why you always go for homesteading instead of tenant because it's IMO, it's easier to go commercial from it? Also, homesteading makes clerics strong for the entire game. So the main reason is it really kneecaps the landowners, but I haven't done like a deep dive. I'm not abundantly confident that homesteading is better than these other ones. Also, homesteading, you get less investment pool, which is a really big source of income in the early game, and so I don't have this. I don't have this abundant thing. We do need to go collectivized agriculture here, though. Do I know what you mean by the German Middle Africa? Yeah, I do. I saw the things. Should we just go high infamy now? Actually, or should we just eco and chill? Start a poll. I don't think we could pull anyone to our customs union because I'm pretty sure they hate the commies. Yeah. It's 1 p.m. At the end of summer break. I mean, a lot of you guys are go to college right now. Maybe it'll actually be harder to organize the 3v3s once you guys are all back in. Oh my god, we have to not overbuild there. Let's just max out in Silesia. Something like this, maybe. I mean, the companies are... Right now we're getting 30% throughput on coal. So maybe we're supposed to like actually like super turn up some of these labor saving PMs. I mean, I definitely think we should be using Steam Donkey everywhere. I guess Steam Donkey here too, yeah. Kind of really hate the railroads though. God, I hate that I can't swap a lot of these because of local stuff. Our refrigerated rail cars requires like several things. Do we... Yeah, we shouldn't be on that on... Yeah, we should be on this. God damn, man. General, can you use your contacts to revert the construction sector nerf? Dude, the construction sector nerf's not even a big deal. Considering we're getting several hundred infra from this, like, yeah, send it. You don't have to ping, but at least post in the news part. Yeah, that's what I just did right now. You could create, don't you get attraction for having industrials that can't fill employment? Attraction? Yeah, but like, we still have available jobs. You know, talking about Neige specifically, we still have a ton of available employment. So if we look at this attraction, we'll see that we're getting GP, Intelligentsia, Consolidated Petroleum, But the problem is the turmoil, actually. So we could put down an edict to get rid of the turmoil, but it really is the turmoil. But the effects of turmoil will be diminished as we incorporate. And so it seems that you want to incorporate oil states, because oil states specifically are not benefiting. So like Transvaal, we are at this weird spot where we haven't incorporated Transvaal, right? And we probably should incorporate Transvaal because there's now so much industry and stuff here. So let's click the incorporation button, but what the thing is like we are getting additional throughput bonus from colonial exploitation on all the mines, which includes all this stuff. So like, what are we supposed to do here, you know? And I'm still trying to think what the strategy is here, because like, okay, the throughput's good, but also when you're not incorporated, you suffer MAPI penalty. So like, if we look at the local prices here, we'll see that, hey, we are trending towards well, we have this -10 multiplier from unincorporated state for MAPI, so I'm not sure exactly what we're supposed to do. Yeah, I don't know. Send it seems to be the consensus. Time zones are weird. Pretty sure it's AM in Germany, no? So as far as infamy goes, I think we're just gonna annex Mexico, right? God, it's so like derpy though, cause like we're having to switch sides a lot. Feels really stupid. Just cause the military's bugged. But okay, I guess we'll look to annex Mexico here. They did not just back down. Damn, terrible. Sign of the world must burn. Alright, we're sending it. Blood for the blood union. True. But yeah, the construction sector nerf seems like such a non-issue now. What industries of ours are profitable? So now I think we're gonna go in and we're gonna look at industry and we're gonna do this. We're gonna look by earnings. Are we really supposed to build arts academies here? We might be. Arts academies only have 400 construction costs, so they construct pretty quick. So despite this place having like less earnings, right? We can build 2 arts factories in the time it takes to build 1 synth plant. But my soul doesn't want me to build an arts factory, is the thing. This Transvaal earnings will go down as MAPI starts to take over there. West Glacia, why don't we... Or whatever. I'm not a fan of that stuff necessarily moving, but I don't know if I'm a fan of it not moving either, so... I guess we're gonna put down a smattering of these. I'm still not sure what's correct in regards to the energy production. But I suppose... Well, we have a lot of things that are not 51 that can be 51. So let's 51 a couple things that have high earnings. So we'll look, and if they have a lot of earnings, then we'll 51 them. Like West Prussia, we're gonna 51. The Nat, we're gonna 51. But if they don't have high earnings, we're not necessarily gonna 51. We will just add that to Shaanxi though. Dalmatia is making a shitload. Well, it's the highest earning one, and it's... Oh, okay, we're just going to 51 this, right, obviously. So 34, or 44, 45, 46, 51. And we are going to need at least a couple more railroads here. And then... I'm seeing some emojis off to the side. What makes those emojis happen? Gas Street Light gives a ton of infrastructure, yeah. Oh, you mean the construction? Do you mean that everything costing more construction? Well, I think that's to offset the effect of companies, but overall it's a net slowdown. Is that what you were talking about? Not the, you mean the, oh, the efficiency nerf? What did it get nerfed from? Because I know just looking at it that's slower, but I can't remember what it was before. But yeah, that was like insult to injury a little bit. We're going to increase the price of everything by 33%, and then we're going to nerf building tall, and then encourage building tall. Paul says he's currently in physics, but will probably change as a lost passion for physics during the entire semester. Well, that does sound like a little bit of a bummer. Changing gears rather than staying in something that's not good for you is just like a huge win. Venetia, where we have the sulfur. It's so weird how different phases of the game, the earnings are going to look different. So it's possible you even want to like delete and rebuild type of buildings and stuff. I'm going to slap down a few more in Delhi, I think. Man, the earnings are so good on these. Even though they're unincorporated and they're going to get minus 10%, we're just going to build one furniture manufactory everywhere there. Same with these. But this is what I was talking about, how, like, you know, building... It might be industrial goods tall and consumer goods wide, which leaves glass in a weird limbo, because it's both simultaneously. Oh my god, all these textile mills are going to add with the fucking electric sewing machines. No! God damn it, dude. This is so obnoxious. Alright, Lindy. Oh, these places have electricity, though. That's why they're so profitable, because we built electricity everywhere like an idiot. So, like, let's find Lindy and just take a closer look at it. I think this is what we did earlier was a mistake, but I think we built electricity everywhere, yeah? And so, since electricity is not too bad, then this will be really profitable, so let's actually use electric sewing machines, but god, this feels fucking awful. I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to use, the coal stuff. Yeah. God, we have a shortage of oil. Alright, maybe we turn down more car PMs. We could also use diesel engines, but I think that... Where's the cars? Where is Harvey Dent? Probably also have a glut of engines now. Hanover we're gonna keep. So much for 50 wanting a bunch of stuff, though. I guess in retrospect that's bad. But yeah, like really running out of oil where we do have like the bee's knees on the oil. This feels bad. I wish we had a front with Mexico too. Maybe we shouldn't have annexed Mexico. Maybe we should have annexed something else, because this is we're gonna suffer the landings, right? God, that sucks, dude. I guess New Granada joins. So since we're going high infamy anyways, I don't think we can annex them all, but let's just puppet them. Here, and we'll mobilize the Grand Army and move them over here. And then these 70s, we'll just station them over here. And the 69, nice. I like how it said he was at front. I don't know if anyone missed that, but Arts Factories, ha ha ha, Kappa. Coal states seem better now. Yeah, if you like if you want to build tall. Yeah, because of the labor saving PMs. I agree. Yep. Sub the oil, sub the oil, sub the oil. The sub isn't the problem. I mean, it won't do anything. The problem is not enough labor. It's already profitable. I don't have interventionism, but I can sub the oil if I want. Wooden went from 0.5 to 0.2. Iron frames went from 1 to 0.4. Steel frames went from 1.5. So it's just like 50%. Yeah, I mean, I can't actually think of a realism perspective why you'd want to do that, so I think it is just directed at kneecapping the player specifically, so... Which is fine, I suppose. Did someone else join? Who else joined? Italy? God damn it. No! Fuck, man. Now we have to wait for that guy to for that idiot to demobilize. Alright, so I guess we're just taking states off Italy now. Or we'll wait until they get later. I don't know, this is gonna get, like, a little bit hairy in a freaking... God, I'm so annoyed I clicked demobilize. You literally have to wait like a third of the year to get your guy back. If I recall correctly. Yeah, we gotta wait 120 days. I think that they should make it local goods, electricity, and transport regional like it was done for armies and navies. I don't necessarily... So, I have a problem with this on the realism front, to be honest. It's like, it's less realistic, but... the play patterns absolutely suck nuts right now with these, with the local goods, so, yeah. Use the commie law, he has the choice, that's right. Mo commies, mo choices. Why don't they use it? Use what? Does anyone know if 1.4 multiplayer is stable right now? If we play any more multiplayer, like, if we start a new game in multiplayer, it's probably gonna be on 1.4. I think it's stable. Did you hear that too? What? Get a free progress on radio. Ooh, this also means we can take a look at the tax places and up some things. So, well, first of all, in the places where we're producing an ungodly amount of radios, we should just be on telephone switchboards, right? Well, that causes a shortage? Jesus. Alright, so we're towards the end. Somehow we can sway someone. I assume we must have an obligation with them. So, but we're gonna add conquer states. Let's look to connect this. So, Romanga. Oh, Spain is in here? Maybe we're supposed to transfer... I think we're gonna just take big chunks out of... We're gonna take Romanga and work our way down. And then Abruzzo, and then Campania. Look to work our way towards Sicily. Actually, if we take Campania, that's probably going to cut them in half, and then after that, we maybe take Valencia. Puerto Rico? I don't know. We might be swapping sides to capitulate anyways. I mean, we have an army that they could not possibly contend with, but we also have the sheer bugginess of things. So there is all that. At Axel Auckland, with electricity I agree, but not with transport. I think transport labor-saving PM should cost engines or coal or something. It should only be built in states with a railway. That would be a nice touch. Can we swap this over? Oh, we can't. And we're already mobilized. This is a mobilization PM, isn't it? Oh, but these guys aren't mobilized. Add machine gunners to here. We, of course, do have to set a strategic objective. Man, war is like so tedious and unplayable right now. So we have the 40, the 30, and the 52, and we're gonna try and land these like in Yucatan and a little bit closer to the capital, I think. To try and make that work. Yeah, Grand Columbia HQ. We didn't prep all the navies. Hopefully this won't cause a problem. And hopefully our guys actually move to the thing. Really love the infinite day, guess. How many days is it? All of them. Alright, cool. Now we are going to have some sort of plan for landing Spain, so maybe I didn't think this through enough. I think we went for Valencia and... but we can land Puerto Rico. So let's do that. We can only land it once. Let's land it with a small army that we don't need. But this will just occupy that instantly, and then we'll need to land Valencia. How far did we get in the tech tree? Pretty deep. So far. We've been getting a decent amount of nat spread. Still. Because they build more stuff. I guess maybe we go political agitation next, but it is nat spreading to us anyways, so maybe we don't care. This entire line of text seems a lot better, because being able to build more construction sectors in one place seems good, so maybe we go put paved roads here. The mill text we're not really doing anything with, but I mean, I guess maybe we want NCO training since we're gonna be a naughty boy now. But now we can like look through the industries and look through, hey, what's giving us a lot of earnings? Nothing there. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting here. Just a little local consumption and making these good. But then, like, paper, building tall is a little bit better. And then close, wide, this stuff, tall. Kinda don't want to put it in incorporated states or unincorporated states. And we 51 a whole bunch of things. I guess Brunswick is next on that block. We really need a multiculturalism though. We'll pop off once we get multiculturalism. And since we're being naughty now, we'll be able to up the PMs, so. Your capitalists built power plants in states that had buy orders from your misclicks for electric PMs. No, we had built energy everywhere, and we're like, we're just gonna set it on auto expand, and then we're gonna put the railroads on auto expand and electric railways, and this will probably be fine. And it was anything but fine. It requires micromanagement, and so the system is extraordinarily tedious if you have a big empire. I guess if you're playing a small empire, it's like not a big deal or it doesn't matter, but if you're playing anything big, it's like ridiculously tedious. Let's see which armies we have. So we want to land Valencia. Do we have anything in... So this is in the Italy HQ, and now we can land with it. So let's just try landing with it. Let's just see what we can do. These guys are in the Italy HQ. They're pretty close. Maybe they can get in. And then we'll have the Grand Army to take on Spain and hopefully enforce. North Bengal. What happens if we did this? I guess we didn't get through all of our thing though. But we'll have to go industry. Let's take a look at electronics industries and take a look at earnings. And we see that earnings are tremendous in a lot of places. And these places, I think, are all going to have electricity, right? So I guess we're just going to build the first level in a bunch of places that are incorporated, right? But this is because it's a consumer good, not part of it like an industrial chain up. But this industrial good. This one's gonna be a weird one. Engines, I think, are flooding the market anyways. Power plants got some problems. You also like don't want to like 51 power plants out of nowhere because it's all local. It's not like being overbuilt somewhere else. So something we had on was like auto expansion of yeah. We set all the rice farms to auto expand. Set all the coal and all this stuff, but I don't think it's gonna do too much here. Rice is the new opium. Facts. Oh. The devs really need to work on the AI strats. Yeah, I mean the AI just sucks really hard. I'm not sure how much there's to be done about it. Let's actually turn on all the logging and then see, or let's turn on, logging should also be at the top of the tree, but that's, why can't we do focused hardwood everywhere? Oh, because we have places without sawmills or electric sawmills. See, this is really annoying. We want to swap to focused hardwood everywhere, but we have somewhere sitting out without using electric sawmills or the other thing. So these are regular sawmills. Where's one of simple forestry? Yep. You got us. You got us. So now, this will collapse the price of hardwood. Now let's check the market. Automobile shortage, software. God damn it, dude. Softwood shortage. Please, no, make it stop. This feels so much more micro-intensive. Alright, is there a way to sort by highest level logging camps? Of course not. Anhalt's pretty high. Why don't we prioritize softwood construction there? And Westphalia is pretty high. We'll prioritize softwood there. So we'll be eating inefficiency on our things there. South Cameroon, that's level 30. That is new. They did say they buffed in several areas. I believe in the Congo and Siberia and okay, so maybe we actually just prioritize it mainly in here. Because we aren't going to have a high level of furniture manufacturers, or by in here I mean Africa. Yeah, I think I like this strategy. Softwood there, hardwood back home, where we ostensibly have more manufactories. Ooh, I just realized we can decrease our colonization stuff. Big brain. Now, North Bengal will keep it at hardwood because it's, we're incorporating it right now. Bombay is already incorporated. Okay, so there's that. and I wanted to swap something, but I forgot. What was it? What was it? Oh, the institutions. We don't need that anymore. Whoa. Eat glass. Yep. The pronunciation of Romanga is gold. I don't think that's how it's pronounced. Golda. Ragolda. Can I get there in time? Please, please, please. Yes. Yes. We might be able to do a military campaign yet. Alright, but also what we wanted to do was see where we could build furniture the best. Taking into account our situation. And we do see the EOS here kind of making this one profitable despite, you know, things. Also, this has to be construction inefficient. I think these places have turmoil from discrimination. So, we'll have to sort that out as well. And then, obviously, we need more construction, right? Something like this. The capitalists are holding out in the Suez Canal. Facts. Perhaps foregoing throughput efficiency from electricity and putting level 20 power plants is a good approach. Yeah, you definitely don't want to go for 51s because the power plants, I mean, with the exception of here, we might do that. The power plants are like, it's all local goods, so like, you need to make sure you have enough local demand. What takes a lot of power? We want to use a lot of power here specifically because we do have the electricity bonus here specifically. I mean, we could just build our electronics industries here to the moon, right? That's kind of ugly, but I guess we'll do it. Alright. The time has come to put aside childish things. Let's look at the pop situation. No, this isn't what we wanted to look at. We want to look at this. God, we can't build up these things, otherwise we'll fire the pops. Let's see, we have turmoil here. Kind of wanted to build here though. God damn it. So Shaanxi, we're fully caked up in a lot of these things, but still we have so much. Yeah. Just pain. And some of these places might not have a freaking thing, a power plant, and in which case it's building and it's going to use the electric whatevers. Oh, a lot of these places also have, I understand, like a lot of these places all have a combination of dyes and rubber, which is going to make them actually pretty good at this. I think we're gonna incorporate this too here. Actually, I don't know if you're supposed to incorporate these gold states. I really don't. Did our landing fail with our like 150 stack or whatever? Maybe it hasn't gone through yet. The fact that US technocracy doesn't try and conquer Mexican states is kind of sad. Yeah, it does need to work on the AI. Oh wait, am I behind on this? Wait a minute, old DDR flag. German communist flag is the East Germany flag after World War II for some reason. Well, East versus West. Kind of based, kind of lazy. Both things at the based and lazy. Perfect. I got 99 problems, and power plants are majority of it. I have to admit, I kind of low-key, I like it from a realism perspective, but from a gameplay perspective, this local pricing business is just like absolute ass. Like, we are not about it. Oh, we caused a shortage of electricity in Dalmatia. Hold my purse. Gonna need more infrastructure here too. Hold my purse. I think we take the... Oh, it's just imposing. Yeah, we'll just take the enactment chance then. God, how do we keep this queue going, man? Well, maybe we... Okay, maybe we take a look what's best on the auto expansion. Well, actually, maybe we do this and make more resources. I mean, the earnings on these are pretty good considering how long it takes to build them, so... That's probably way too many in Transvaal. Also, Transvaal's getting incorporated, so it might dip. Not expanding in Nejd, we saw what happened last time we tried to do that. Now it does really feel like we're popping off and building fast and homeward bound and something now. Fertilizer, I think is gonna, yeah, let's... do some of that. I think we have construction sectors, here's the thing. I mean, we're incorporating both of these now, so I guess we're just gonna go for it. I just don't know how to play this game anymore, it feels like. Knees weak, arms spaghetti. Vomit out my sweater already. More spaghetti. Eat it twice. Alright, that should be enough to kind of get going. The simple forestry was all the way at the bottom. Yeah, it's tragic. I would say it's worth to incorporate gold states if the money from taxation and increased industrial throughput is greater than the gold throughput from mining an IP, right? So... It's not just that, it's also these guys will eat more efficiently everything, all the consumer goods, you know, and if they pay less for the consumer goods, that means their SOL goes up and they buy more consumer goods, and so, like, it's all these cascading effects you have to try and evaluate versus the reduced throughput from colonial exploitation, on the gold mines specifically, and also, like, on the iron mines and stuff. We are, like, gonna tank the iron supply, right? By incorporating these, we, like, reduce the iron supply, so, like, maybe it's not worth it. I don't, like... At the same time, we've built up a lot of this stuff here, and I think that maybe it's just the case that we shouldn't have done that. Like, they're actually not even employed up, actually. Hold the phone, pump the brakes. Maybe we just don't incorporate. These things are, like, ass in terms of, like, I don't know how they got to such a high level. Maybe we just stop this madness in the name of the king. I really don't know what the... Because they're, like, not even employed up. You could just actually probably delete some of them. I mean, maybe this is just would be better on ceramics or something. Let's check our institutions, though. Let's go up on the health system. Why did we get minus 100? Come on, dude. Where'd you go? I love how one of our guys is just at front. Seems based. I also love that every USA is USA. I would say if you have dividends taxes, it's worth it to incorporate. We do, I think. Graduated tax. Alternatively, you can incorporate to 99% and then restart. Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's probably, well... probably worth it. Depends what you mean by worth it, right? Is it worth my time? I know it's in theory best, right? But like if we're absolutely trying to like burn the PC in the perfect run, maybe this is the case. Our GDP has been really not popping at all, though. It feels like... Actually, did we swap? This is 08 to 09. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Because what did we start at this episode? 1.5? That was 2 years ago, maybe? So what can we infer? We really make zero progress here. I mean, luckily it's versus Mexico, but New Granada we do want to enforce on, so let's check and see. Yeah, we have not made any progress, not because we don't have a large enough army, but because the systems are bugged. We'll do that, I guess. We get in on them. We do need to set a strategic objective, otherwise the guys won't push, so we'll just do that. Are we currently using consumption taxes? No, we're using graduated. We are using graduated. No cultures are discriminated against. Fantastic. Feels like there should be a different text there, but now we have to swap onto homesteading to collectivized agriculture. We're about to demarginalize the rural folk, which is going to be great. Open arms time, baby. Come on, come on. We'll take the migration attraction. Just a sea of migration attraction. Everyone wants to go to Africa to get exploited. Fantastic. How we drew it up, to be honest. Of course, in deciding to incorporate, you have to also factor in the cost of government wages and goods. Yeah, I think that, well, so like the biggest thing is the 10% MAPI, right? And I think if you're going to have this conversation, it's the best way to do it is incorporation versus not, because obviously going up to 99% and then canceling is probably best. And then like, well, I mean, what all is all the eco here? If all the eco here is closed loop, then the decreased MAPI is not too big a deal. And it's not. Like, the goods prices for this it's pulled to 72% MAPI, which is one of the reasons this building's not very profitable, right? But there's really not a lot employed here. And these buildings are doing stellar with the, like, throughput, except for this one, obviously not doing as good. And we're overusing infrastructure, but, like, we could just do this, right? We're over by 70. Yeah, and so I think we had this on auto expand, and it just auto expanded it into like outer space. And so I think that when you start to like pull this back and it starts to look a bit more like this, right? Now we're over by 20. Right now this suddenly starts to look reasonable. So we fixed all that. We're adding the steel. Maybe we don't want that much steel, but we're just gonna run that steel. And now it's like, we'll just run this back to 5. Is this... This is overproduced too? But now it looks good, right? What I hate is that millet is kind of good on these things, and I really want everyone to produce, to consume the national supply of rice. Like this is not, that's not the bee's knees, my guys. Definitely do not want millet cramping the style of this. And if this was incorporated, it wouldn't have happened, right? God, but this is just like... Well, now Pops will actually migrate around, so, like, we also just hit multiculturalism, so maybe we should just not even be, like, evaluating right now, because we're getting this exodus now, which we weren't getting before, and the exodus is probably also here. Yeah, look at this, 800k, minus 500, and so they're all moving around. So now we're gonna get huge, like, look, plus 190k into a 900k place. Because this place is super overbuilt on the railroads, because we were like, hey, maybe railroads will be good. It allows a lot of people to come in, so maybe we just watch the economy absolutely explode with multiculturalism. God, I freaking hate that migration is literally all or nothing with multiculturalism. It just feels like the stupidest thing. Well, not the stupidest, but a very, very, very stupid thing. I have to imagine there are stupider things. Does anyone in chat play video games? What? Of course, deciding to incorporate, you have to tax late game economic growth, stimulate the economy through expending military, use military to annex states and get war reps and increase consumption for your industries, basically. Mapping scales with incorporation, right? Yeah, you get 10% mapping from incorporation. Did they change migration to all 1.5? No. It's not an issue for them, apparently. I really hate how they've handled... I've complained about multiculturalism literally every single patch, especially because they just make it harder to get instead of actually just nerfing it and making it worse, which I think it should be. But they, instead of making it worse, they just make it harder to get. So now the game just revolves around trying to get multicultural and, like, I don't know, come on, guy. That's just like, feels like lazy. See, we see that this is plus 1.8 profitability here, but this isn't even anywhere near employed. Yeah, so this, like, tooltippy is lying to us, man. God damn it, dude. And we're, yeah, well, we're not using all the infrastructure, but this thing got super bloated because the transportation price, because we're using this on these PMs, and so, like, you barely save any labor now. You barely save any labor by building railroads. It's really asinine. Like, it costs, like, 370 labor in the building of the railroad to save, like, 500 labor. I was looking at it, or something like this. And so, like, if this is the case, I think this is on electric railroads I'm talking about. If this is the case, well, maybe it spends money through your economy and you, like, value it on this ground, but, like, you know what I mean? God. Does anyone know why it's PH for the companies? But I think this might, late game, this might be what your companies are supposed to look like. Okay, so South Bengal, we are building our first railroad there, so we have to take a look what's going on. So we don't have any electricity there, so we do have to go in by hand and make sure it's on steam. Or diesel. Diesel would be fine too. Now, we were wanting to incorporate this, but now we're running out of bureaucracy. Why is the economy not going into space like I said it would? Terrible. Why is Sin so cheap on the construction? Oh, because they have a bunch of all this stuff, so I guess we should probably incorporate it. Just kind of built horribly. I think we want cotton plantations and dyes, but oh no, we can't do cotton dyes and silk here. Maybe we don't want to incorporate. Kind of want to incorporate North Bengal because that was the plan. I don't know if it's good, but it was the plan. People should be willing to be discriminated against for better standard of living. I 100% agree. I complain about this every time. It's a malice and calculation, but that's what happened. Yeah. the fact that migration is literally like a light switch, it's either on or off, like, you know, you either like oop or you oop. Like, wonder what that does to my camera. I've never done that before. I'm curious. But like, you're either getting migration or you're not, and it's like, it's freaking so stupid. Alright, it's coming up right now. What is gonna happen to the camera? Oh, just flashes it white. We don't need help for passive collectivized agriculture. We do need to keep this queue going though. Alright, so I mean, I think this is gonna come down to like needing to set up auto expansion in like key ways. God, which kind of sucks. This one's super profitable because it's like the one place where we're building the things, but I think, let's look at Hanover. Hanover will be auto expand because they do have local oil supply here. And we'll also expand that. Auto expand that. Oh, electric industries does not take electricity. That's kind of stupid. Alright. Oh, but we're not producing radios out of any of them? Wow. And it loses money. I think that will adjust when demand for radios adjusts, right? Either that or we just crushed our economy. Might have crushed our economy, everyone. Actually, radios, like, split demand with a lot of things, so... It probably actually is terrible. Because it splits demand with a bunch of things that are actually also really cheap, so I actually think it probably sucks. Yeah, it probably just terrible. The radios should only be where we're making use of, is there a radio military? Nope, there's not a radio PM, I guess. So I guess until we upgrade the military, we're not going to be on radios. Do we really have to navally land this? God. Luckily we have one remaining. What is this? I hate how we can't offer support, because we can only do this in the diplomatic maneuvers phase, and then Dutch East Indies is a subject, and then it says we can only do it in the whatever phase. That's a problem. Are private education and health a lot worse now? Yeah. pH equals placeholder. That makes sense. Migration controls are pretty much pointless. Assimilation does improve performance though. It also affects, so petite bourgeoisie, only primary culture can be petite bourgeoisie, and so it positively affects your ability to get people of petite bourgeoisie, because once they're accepted, they can't be petite bourgeoisie, but if they're primary, they can be. Oh yeah, Poulet is hitting at you with the knowledge. People should be happier as primary, I agree. And that makes sense why they're so often weak. Yeah, if you never expand ever, the petite bourgeoisie get a lot stronger. Like, I think that the game was tested without, like, this wild, like, expansion, I think. Maybe. God. Stuff's, like, barely profitable, too. Just the economy is, like, so depressed. Maybe it's not possible. So I was thinking of doing a China run where we, like, try and go to outer space, but, like, maybe this is not possible. Like, with the eco. Maybe this just is a pipe dream. Because, like, I was thinking, hey, the rice farms are super OP, but, like, eating the 5% all over the place is, like, actually, we're eating quite a bit more than 5% in a lot of places. So maybe this is the problem, but, and it's, like, really hard to, like, set up auto expansion that looks reasonable, actually. Switch back to Canaries. I think we're gonna switch back to Canaries because we are having oil problems here anyways, and the increased no, but we can't we can't do this because it's gonna freaking do stupid shit. We can't set them all to auto expand because we saw what happened in Transvaal and Orania where they just built these to, like, space with, like, nothing, no one employed. Is auto expansion just broken right now in the beta or whatever? I guess we shouldn't be deleting unless we need the infrastructure, because it is giving us throughput. Pop potential. Pop has primary culture. I've seen the argument that assimilation can actually decrease performance. Oh man. Because it ends up splitting pops? No. No. Does Paradox know their audience? Yeah, basically. Can we, like, will you guys agree to, like, do some stuff? No. Not even close. Alright. So watch this, watch this. We cannot be swayed to their side, and after this, we can, oh wait, what? I thought they were a subject of ours. Oh my god, I'm mixing up runs. We're not a subject. Alright, so, transfer states, we can get, war goals. They're in the British market. They're a minor power. Oop, didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. Yep. They will... I guess they really don't mind transferring, yeah, Dutch East Indies. They really don't mind transferring unincorporated states. But I think we go for... Actually, no, we can probably go for more on China, like, normally. We could liberate country. Live Mongolia. I wonder if they just back down. Kind of would like to get Xiaozhou up in this bitch. But this means we actually have to win the war, too. And I think we're kind of close to finishing this war, and then I think we kind of just want to start a new war of ours. Yeah, so let's just hold off. PS stands for placeholder, yeah. In my head, that sounds... my head auto-completes that to something a little bit less appropriate. Here, so I think that it might be... So, let's see where we have... Venetia, do we have just a ton of sulfur here? So I'm thinking in places with a ton of sulfur, our sulfur price isn't uber depressed here, but what you want to do is you actually want to, like, have this feedback loop of, like, synth plants, I guess to some extent paper, right? And then also the fertilizer, which feeds into the synth plants. We'll put it on auto-expand. We'll put the synth plants on auto-expand, and we'll kind of leave that. I think that we're okay with those auto-expanding. Let's see Saxony. I mean... The thing is you don't want the tooling workshops to go to space. You want other places to build the tooling workshops to benefit from the things. I guess we could add this, maybe. And auto-expand these industries, and specifically some of the biggest metro areas. And maybe we can have these turn radio... Wow, even just the one guy making radios doesn't... Just minus 75 is the cost, really? Is this really gonna do it? I guess it's just telephones for now. Egypt sides with sharing, donation of knowledge. I hate this event now. I used to love this event. I'd be like, oh, it's so cool, just a free university. And then, now because you want the EOS on all your unis, it's like, just annoying. Because you want to, like, you want to say no to them, and it just leads to the tedium of, having to delete the uni. So we're just gonna go through and let's axe all these unis. No unis in California, terrible. Stanford, what's that? Okay. Paris. So, like, what's the strategy here with the gold? I don't know. It hurts me. It hurts me so. Do we have access? No, we don't. Japanese shogunate sides with Qing. So now, we could just raw dog declare on Qing. We could actually just raw dog the shogunate though as well. I mean, we can raw dog the shogunate maybe. And just dominion them. Pup groups rarely assimilate. You will see like half assimilation, 90%, so you always end up with the individual pups without assimilation for companies, I mean. Ask for regime change. For testing purposes, ask for regime change? I don't see how regime change would be good here. On Shang, easy. Oh, you want to see the new regime change screen? We're gonna declare war first before we try and sway. That way we're gonna make use of our stuff. I think we're gonna Dominion Japan though. Oh no, but if we Dominion Japan, we have to make sure we're fighting them. Yeah, so we can Dominion Japan, offer support. We can do this, I think. Why don't I just say no to the donation of knowledge if you're a communist and you don't care about the... Oh, I guess... Oh, because they're... I'd rather not have this. I care a little bit. Can we demarginalize the rural folk, though? That'd be great. Can we get over... Okay, so we can't remove a tax right now to rearrange, because we'll just be bricked. Oh my god, we were trying to figure stuff out. I mean, now we have to swap over PMs, but we have to swap them over manually. Holy shit, dude. So we're not going to use rails on stuff, because we think it sucks. Banana Republic over here. I mean, I guess we roll with that, right? Except we get fruit from the other stuff. It's on steel. Alright, sure, fair enough. I think we'll put these on auto expand. Tobacco. I think we don't want tobacco to be replacing... Long term, we don't want it to replace liquor. We definitely don't want the maize farms long term. I'm assuming these things are just on pump jacks, and they're not on pump jacks. Okay, but we could swap everything to pump jacks later, so we'll just kind of come through here. Well, we want everything on Steam Donkey. Maybe let's do this. So we don't know if we want everything in all of these, in some of these categories, but we definitely want everything on that. I think we want everything on precision tools. So we're gonna swap that. We definitely want, well, okay, we'll have to solve that problem later. We definitely want everything on houseware plastics. We definitely want everything on brine. Oh, nope, we don't want everything on brine, so we can't swap that. We want everything on open hearth. But we might not want everything. Yeah, so here it's contingent. Actually, this feels crazy. Really, steam engines is better? It's probably because we have a glut of stuff. But also some of the PMs are just ass, man. Like, I think electricity is not very good. Kind of sucks. Definitely can't swap any of those en masse. Oh, I guess maybe we switch to bureaucratic nexus here now. Alright, we're probably still doing a decent amount of trade. Okay, so now we're gonna swap a bunch of things by hand. But like, I'm right here that this is just extraordinarily tedious. Playing undirectly controlled would help you expand your understanding of how to play with Mappy. That's true. It would also just be ungodly in some sense. I guess we don't want publicly traded. We gotta swap everything over to privately owned now, I guess. Why does it let us choose and not workers? Oh, it's gonna workers co-op when we do collectivized agriculture. Got it. We'll just not worry about that. It'll swap itself over in a bit. And then we have to swap all of these, and we definitely want all of these on diesel pump and dynamite and steam donkey, but not necessarily all on railroads. But local price is just really cock-blocking, like the way you mechanically are doing all this. I just want to emphasize that I am complaining about local prices. I think the mechanic increases realism. Isn't this supposed to get unlocked? Mechanized farming? Okay. Maybe we do that next. That'll be an interesting one, I guess. Makes mechanized farming a lot better. Wait, what was that other PM? Am I missing something? Slaughterhouses, got it. It looks like sawmills. Okay, so now we've swapped over most of the PMs that we want, right? I guess we can switch to threshers if we wanted here. Tractors are notably considerably better than threshers, if I recall correctly. One of the reasons why rice farms was not like strictly better than millet was that you could use tractors on millet and you can't use them on rice. This is before they made rice obscene. Now rice is just better. IMO. Oop, did we... Are we... Okay, I think we're good on all this. I guess we'll see what shakes out now. I think we're running... Did you guys just randomly swap your PMs before the things? Oh my god, they're not on steel passenger carriages, and they're not on... We want them on steam. God damn it, dude. So we just gotta find... Just look through everywhere here. So this is on Steam. Alright, we fixed that one up. Maybe because it kicked them out of our market, they stopped using some of the goods. And then they swapped... I don't know. I don't have electricity locally, though. Or does the AI just not know how to swap up PMs on the transportation? Maybe they just don't understand. They did, like, update the things, so... It's not inconceivable. And let's make sure they're all on... Yep, somehow they're all using steel frame, though. We'll just smash out the wood here in order to kind of complete the queue. And we just think wood's probably insane in general. Except not here because they have no market access. And then we'll build out iron as well, I guess. Already have more than enough. And then fish is probably not terrible. It's going to be really construction inefficient because we're building in a place with a ton of turmoil, but that'll give us time to catch up on the chat. What does bricked mean? Well, it depends if you mean bricked or bricked up. But bricked is like something that no longer works. So like if you brick a run, that means you have to restart the run. So like if you get onto a bad side of a revolution that you can't possibly win and you just get full annex, then you've bricked your run. Oh, do we actually? Oh my god, I hate this so much. This is like, it has to be like the most annoying thing. When you finish a war, guys just get unassigned. When you finish with the war leader, and we just like we had a bunch of stuff occupied and now it's not occupied anymore. God, that's so obnoxious. And we kind of want to switch sides, but then we lose access to all of our... God. If we switch sides, we lose access to everything that we've, like, all of our auto expansions. Maybe I'll switch back to 1.4 to be honest. Playing this military business is like not it. Oh my god, we got unassigned from these fronts too. Holy shit. Okay, so maybe this war is kind of a little bit far from over, and so maybe we do the regime change for play here. We'll regime change Great Qing and see what it looks like. They are fearful. Unfortunately, a truce with them is not really what we're looking for right now, but that's kind of fine, I think. They're moving to state name. These guys are out of front. We live in a society. Alright, well, I guess they're never going to battle again. I have to fight Egypt too. Just basically everyone. Can they just back down, please? Oh, this is our front versus Italy. Okay, GG. We're so good. You're making a ton of money. Maybe remove consumption taxes and lower taxes. Oh yeah, definitely lower taxes. Let's do that. Because, I mean, I think the real solution is building construction, but I do not have a desire to, like, actually full send construction right now. I'm just trying to kind of try and, I don't know, it'll harsh my mellow. Let's... We see a Maya secession. Well, that's kind of annoying because we just swapped over all of our things. I wish it could also save your PMs. Yeah. I was wondering why the industrialists weren't demarginalized. Me too. I was like, what's going on here? Now the rural folk are up and happy, so that's good. I was so confused. I was like, sometimes they're a little sticky, but that's like a bug, right? Alright. Oh no, we're gonna like get wrecked on the Egypt front. We have several guys that are just at front and are not mobilizable, so maybe we only continue this run for a little while longer, and we maybe swap to practicing something. I agree with the local goods transport electricity. The idea is good, the implementation is half done. They made the mechanic with not a very good UI. It's so tedious. Yeah, it's just like, I would love to be, I need to be able to bifurcate things and search things and like make decisions about like, I need to like look through, wait, have you looked through the game like files for like what are the permanent bonuses you can get from these different chains for the path to anarchy, the path to communism, and the path to vanguardism? Because I haven't gone communist enough to like to know which event chain's best. At this time, better was wouldn't it be better to use a collapsed view for each state? Saves time scrolling. Maybe that one hurts my eyes. I would recommend 1.4, says Paul. You have already seen pretty much everything the beta currently has to offer, and now you're just suffering under its technical flaws. Maybe. I think that people prefer... I pulled it before, and people overwhelmingly wanted 1.5 content. But also, like, a lot of this is just tedious. Want me to take a look? No, if you don't already know, it's fine. I'll just pick one. I don't think it matters too much for this run. This is something I've been curious about, but I always forget to check. I'll take the councils. The temporary bureaucracy modifier will be good for incorporating this finally, which is what we wanted to do all along. But I think we maybe are going to be switching to something else here. I don't know. Our SLL's come up. Let's actually take a look a little bit at Yeah, the radios are... Could we really not produce a single radio productively? Radios at a single place? This has to not be the case, right? How is this... How is it zero consumption? Oh, because consumption is based on proportion of the other stuff. Yeah. Here, why don't we save for our communism time? Yeah, overall the economy seems really, like, I don't know, we are on condensing. Overall the economy seems very depressed. And this is 08, so this is just 2 years, but we are on condensing pump engine. I feel like we should be flying. And it doesn't really feel like we're flying, so... Not to sound too much like a neoliberal, but why is communism so good in the game? Well, it's because this modifier here, as you trend towards 2 billion GDP, all your investment pool will get multiplied by 0.3, all the investment pool transfers. So this makes it such that 70% of the money is getting deleted from the economy that goes into investment pool. And the form of the economic system that sends the least amount of money to the investment pool is cooperative ownership and council republic, which only sends 5% of dividends to the investment pool. The worst is command economy. And as a result of this, you want to... The investment pool, which is so good early on, of the capitalists, dumping money into the investment pool for the purpose of construction, it's so good early on, but then it falls off and becomes bad later on. And that's why late game communism is the best. Early game communism would suck, like really hard. So that's why it's good in game, because you would rather... you're not trying to extract as much money as possible from your economy, necessarily, as much as you're trying to... Well, just as I say, GDP is like having problems, it goes up. But you're not necessarily trying to extract as much money as possible from your economy. You're looking to extract and strategically re-inject. And so by taking less investment pool, effectively, you're getting a better re-injection by using this other one. German anarchism sounds fun. Well, maybe we'll have to go anarchism then. I suppose we haven't hit collectivized agriculture yet, so, but I was just thinking we could just swap sides and capitulate here as, no, actually we don't want to lose all of our auto expansions. We're just starting to, like, put some in. Starting to really get it going. TBH. Where's their capital, if not... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. But also having some of our armies just completely bricked because they're at front is not... Or, wait. They're at front, right? They're at front? Can we move them to Germany from the front? We can move them to Germany. Alright, fantastic. So this will debrick them, hopefully. You're at front? How about going to Germany instead? Not saying it's not a front, but it's also Germany. Mostly Germany. But where's their capital? Is it in Sicily? Oh, it's in Campania. Alright. You got us. You got us with that one. Pulled a little sneaky on us. We should start decaying them now. Like, I understand the mechanics, but I feel like when someone else, like, something else changes when you change to command economies. What do you mean? You get a ton of money into your pocket, but then your economy gets super, like, bricked. Which is how command economy works. Where's the capital here? Castile. Alright, let's set that as the strategic objective instead of this far-off place. We should decay him pretty quick here, though. Now, this guy who was in Germany, or who was... Okay, so let's mobilize you and just send you to this front here. Because we want someone going there. Collectivized agriculture is so strange. It removes the farmers from subsistence industries and re-adds peasants, but but makes only farmers work on real industry farms. Interesting. Oh, then that makes that super cranks up the rural folk, no? That's the effective consequence. I was wondering why our rural folk was so freaking weak. Our rural folk is like non-existent right now. God, we can't take one piece of this to enforce. Oh, we got a little piece. We got a piece. Now we can enforce. Vanguardism, 5-year modifier that decreases radicals. Oh, is it just for each one? It's just 5-year modifiers. It doesn't set you on a different train. It literally tells you it's giving you a different event chain for each one. Maybe that's like unfinished features. Wild. Half of these are gonna get bricked by the incoming Maya secession, but I just want to put something in the queue, man. More human than cumin. Yeah, just 5 years for each, so just what you see is what you get. We conquer Valencia and Puerto Rico. Nice. What I hate, though, now we like have to do this. Like, the tedium that was, like, undone by the creation of this reset production method button, that has more than been, like, reversed by the local goods stuff, I think. It's just so ungodly tedious now. Yeah. We also got Puerto Rico. You have a railroad? You do have a railroad. Alright. Fair enough. You got this? Yeah, that seems fine. So we're not gonna adjust it. Anarchist path gives 30 base legitimacy and 50% loyalty. It's 30 base legitimacy and 50% loyalists from SOL chains. I didn't even see that. Maybe my brain's just not working. I have had a headache since yesterday. Also, my brain wasn't working too well yesterday, so there's that. Maybe we shouldn't be using our landings. The fact that you can only land like 5 times in a war is actually just like super stupid. I mean, our GDP is kind of cranking up though, right? Is the Maya secession still brewing? Up in New Granada, hell yeah, brother. But not before they give that to America. Might switch to single party here as well. We get a front here. I'm gonna land on China and try and get Pelea his screenshot. So now we can be more industry oriented because we're incorporating here. Not a lot of infrastructure, so I guess we're gonna add some rails here. And we have the rights to auto expanding. See, here's the thing: is I think that like at a certain point we actually want a 51 dyes 51 cotton here and crank up that. We're also deleting. We're causing a huge amount of unemployment here by building all these rice farms. Maybe we actually reverse some of this back. We should go harvesting tools. Yeah, let's just go harvesting tools, which will give a ton of jobs back. Decrease the demand for tools. Like overall, I think it's like not good, but like creates a lot more jobs. But since we're building so much rice here, we want to create jobs for the other stuff. So why is this not profitable? Because it needs electricity. Because we have no electricity. God damn it, dude. No, we probably don't want to do that. Is that the same here? Holy shit, dude. Alright. kind of over this electric sewing business. Like when I made the complaint initially to these guys about this being tedious, I hadn't even experienced the full tedium. This is also out of line. Oh, we should have joined to try and sway to one side or to the other. That's our mistake. No, we just messed up one, but no other ones. Somehow that feels worse than like tracking down and finding things, but now like when we build +1 anywhere. Oh, we found another. There we go. Our detective work was rewarded. We did a good thing. We made this world a better place. I do wonder if you'll have unemployment spike once the agribusiness passes all the farmers and remaining aristocrats are sent to peasant farms. Maybe? I don't know, it might just swap their job. I don't know how that resolves. Looks like we're gonna enforce on Italy soon, thank God. And I guess we want to, oh, so we're regime changing Xing. So we're trying to see what this gives us. Owning the Suez and Panama Canal should give the owner more benefits than prestige, or am I just missing something? I mean, so it does this as well. You see this line? Now convoys can go through here. So our convoy usage is significantly decreased by the fact that we can go from here straight to like India. And so this is an advantage, but it's not a targeted advantage. But if we go to war with another country, they can't use this and we can. So that's kind of it. But that's like, that's pretty there's a certain point where like the 1,000 bureaucracy is a drop in the bucket relative to the like convoy usage, right? I'm not saying we're at that point, I'm just saying it exists. Add one in meashed. But it should give huge economic benefits. Like you should tariff the goods that go through, or you should get increased. You know, it'd be a neat one if they gave you increased trade route capacity or increased trade route competitiveness. Trade route competitiveness would be very reasonable. Not enough spreadsheet. That's true. Hey, one, how's it going? I've got a fever, and the only remedy is more spreadsheet. So this should swap over all of our PMs, and then we wanted to. Kind of wanted to do single party state here, but who supports that? The petite bourgeoisie, and that's it. Classic. So we would need to get an authoritarian. We would need someone who supports single party state. So let's see if we can find it. I think Vanguardists do, but we don't have one of those. Oh, we really can't invite anyone? Why the fuck can't we invite these guys? Oh, we must have burned our invite. That we just must not have it. Yeah, that makes sense. Isle de France, sort of Piedmont. Let's move this guy over here. I think we do have. That is the strategic objective. We are fully legitimate. Let's put these guys in power so they generate more loyalists. Which is an interesting mechanic now that we like care about, but we do want to generate loyalists on them, so we're putting them in Gov, baby. Is the my secession going down? Alright, fair enough. Oh my god, I forgot our urban centers in all these places. We actually want to mess with their PMs. Holy shit, dude. just actually ungodly tedious. Yeah, maybe I'll switch back to 1.4. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to run a poll. I'll have to run a poll. Because seeing me just complain about the systems actually can't be that amusing, right? Like, there has to be a certain point where it's, like, it's funny the first few times, and then it's, like, annoying. See, just perfect examples. Oh, this place is gonna have oil, so it definitely needs a railway. God, dude. So now any place that we know has oil is gonna need a railroad. Also sucks that we can't use the lumber, like, we can't use the... Your ability to swap PMs in an intelligent way is just so hampered by this local goods nonsense. Like, all of these we can't try and swap in an intelligent way. We would love to have the logging camps be on rail carts in any area where, like, obviously we have railroads, but in any area we don't want to swap that on. But, like, it's not, we're not making a decision, like, more subtle than that. But, like, now we would have to, like, scroll through everything, and so the fishing wharves. Also, like, it's the same thing on the fishing wharves. Do we have electricity and the other thing there? I mean, maybe it's just because we're so big that this is tedious and we just, like, shouldn't worry ourselves too much on it. Naj just got problems with German Texas. Okay, so Texas. German Texas. It's because we don't have enough info right here. Okay, so we're going to add a few levels of these because we're going to need those for Texas. And that'll hopefully solve some of our problems. Oh, but we didn't solve the fact that all these California places could be... Well, okay, actually, we can kind of trouble fix this. We can do this a little bit. So if we go into the resources and we look at fishing wharves and we see earnings, if the earnings suck, then this implies... Yeah. If the earnings suck, implies stuff. Are there political changes? I think the loyalist change is pretty substantive, so now you will tend to get your radicals in interest groups that are not in government and loyalists in interest groups that are in government, so this is, I think this is a substantive difference. I haven't thought about all the cascading effects from it, but I think it's big. Single party state is best, so much authority and legitimacy. That's my general assessment with a really small sample size. I knew that convoys go through the canals, but aren't ships paying taxes for passages through the canals, or just free? It's free for everyone, but you get bricked if you're passing through and you're at war with the country who owns it. It bricks you, and now you have to go around. This is the difference. You've suffered enough. Okay, I'm gonna run a poll. I personally don't like much single player conquest plays. AI is so incompetent. Yeah, the challenge is not versus the AI. It's just like seeing if you can do stuff. I prefer Skylines, where small, compact country plays well, but I'd imagine that'd be boring for the stream as well. I think that's not on brand, is the thing. Look at our SOL crank up, though. Is the economy just depressed? Do we have to decrease some of this stuff? Where's our earnings look like? Dalmatia, it's huge now. Okay, so maybe... What percentage... So the thing about Dalmatia is they're doing alright on the power plants. They make very, very cheap power because they get the bonus. What percentage of the inputs here are electricity? Because the reason this is super... I guess it's not that much, but... Oh, frick, man. They need more pop. We're not going to build any more there. That's kind of annoying. God damn it, dude. See, because, like, earnings, I think, is, like, a good heuristic for knowing where to build. But here's the problem. We have that, like, that example that what's going on there pops up all the time. And so it's, like... You can only trust this if, like, there's available labor. That's really not ideal. We might crank up in North Bengal here, though, which was part of the plan. We're gonna build a lot of textile mills there. Oh my god, we wanted everything at least on gas streetlights. Holy shit. It actually, like, is a lot of fun, but we're just too big for this to be manageable, right? I think is actually what's going on here. Like, we've become too big to fail, and really I wish I could you know what would be great is sorting tabs. Like, the ability to sort by this PM and see which ones are all still stuck on gas. Or, like, no streetlights. So, we definitely want everything on at least gas. And so, if we could sort by the PM, which we can't, like, we need more sorting options, too. But, yeah. Unless they were free to travel through historically, I don't think they were. I mean, when you get this big of Vic 2, you can't micro everything as well either. You just ignore. Can't micro everything as a challenge, yeah. Well, it's like, I don't know, it's just tedious. Oh. This is another thing, it's like kind of bugged out whether or not they'll peace out with you or not. Did we just... Is that bugged? Thought we had taken a Bruzo. Still occupied by us, allegedly? Alright. You got me. So now we just need to enforce on here, and then I think we're gonna call it. Grand Army expands. Also, it is starting to get really choppy and slow. It wasn't a little while ago when we had a lot less construction. Now it is kind of choppy. Or not a lot less, we were on like 7K or something. If you'd like to see how big the farmers get, maybe we can hold off for that. When's the next election? No, we're not going to get to the next election, I don't think. That's 4 years. I mean, they'd get much bigger. Notably, they've come down, and so it's a good thing we put them in Gov. I think we're also switching to single-party states, so it's all the same party, right? If we can, we just need to find an authoritarian who we can promote to one of these. I think our, what's our cooldown? Like a year and something, but like this is going pretty slow. We just want to get Pelea his data points here, I think. Spanish secession, you got us. You mean they don't want to be... It'd be nice if you could just station armies to prevent secessions too. This would be sweet. We see SOL actually really cranking up though, as we decrease taxes and have built some like consumer goods and stuff. So why don't we take a look at the luxury prices? Because maybe they're coming along. I mean, the goods that are expensive are just very, very clear what they are, right? And so we actually have to swap off the hardwood PMs at some spots. That's unfortunate. To fix this, I think, is kind of how we'd want to do that. Apparently our trade is broken. Silk's expensive. How's that happening? Because we can't trade with China. So our trade is just broken. Whatever. And then everything else is getting cheap. And then the luxury goods are minus 21%, which isn't too bad. Man, our prices look so freaking funky. I wonder if something else is going on. But like, okay, we have this expensive oil, which I think that's operating as intended. We could, of course, discover more of it, but let's double check that we... Yeah, look at this lag. It is starting to really lag out. Definitely want a diesel pump. I think we are using the oil PM. Let's just double check, I suppose. Well, I guess it would be a matter of getting a bunch of electricity, right? Because electric sawmills does give a whole lot more, so we would want to put in electricity everywhere, I think. And we could put this on and then see where it isn't profitable, and that's probably a place without electricity. It's kind of asinine, dude. Like, I would love... I don't have a way to click... I don't have a good way to do it other than just doing it like that, right? But yeah, I just have to swap them all and then... Yeah. I think we're pushing in here fairly good. Yeah, big slowdown, actually. Maybe we demobilize some of these smaller dudes. Or I guess we gotta... I should be doing it from here. Rip. Bigger country, less local market. Large countries are going to be annoying to play. Yep. This is what we're really experiencing here as we've added a whole bunch. It's just going to be very... Because we have the Congo to manage, this to manage... We're not even really managing this. We clicked on the wrong thing. I think we're gonna demobilize some of these guys so we can land with them. We want to land the Spanish secession. Has not seceded yet. And of course we want to keep construction going, but like, why did the game slow down? Whatever. Four years is a lot. 4 years is a lot at this pace. All the zero manpower armies impossible to delete. Yeah, you can merge if you... So in order to merge, what you have to do is you have to go in and assign them an officer, and then... Or so this guy has an officer, so now you can merge. Like, say with this, and this is like a way to effectively delete it. Yeah, in multiplayer you just mainly focus on war. That makes sense. But like the eco goes down as we let the construction queue idle, because that's a huge portion of stemming the economy, so we would, in theory, want to really make sure it keeps going. But theory is theory in practice, but not in practice. And we are kind of, we're just going to go speed 5 and look to try and get the enforcement on. Yeah, this is real slow. I don't even think we have their cap, so... We'll do that to merge the fronts. Hopefully get someone. Can anyone manage Mexico anyways? Okay. Do you check the agitator list for any slavers? I could take a look. Slavers stop spawning like later on in the game. has been, or you need slaver countries to spawn them, right? I think. So it becomes harder to go late game slavery as the game goes on. We do see a slaver. We could go slavery. Where's this guy from? Some country of Sulawesi. So we could go slavery if we wanted. It is possible. We have the technology. We have the technocracy. Oh, we can't expand Najd. We know there's a problem there. So here's the problem. We are adding railways in some places. I feel like it is adding electric railroads in these places. So now we're gonna need to add electricity in all these places, right? Bringing electricity to Mexico. Something like that. I can't remember. But then when we have electricity and railroads and all this, then we could turn on the sawmills, and so we could fix the fact that we're this. Maybe. I'll have a heart attack if, Oh, we might get a push in. Okay, so we partially occupy our southern Italy, so they're gonna get enforced on real fast here. Unbased, no slavery, come on. RP. Afro-Caribbean. Yeah, fair enough. It would be nice if you don't have streetlights in your places, cities are dark when night comes. You could RP North-South Korea. But they have some lighting, they have the coal lighting. It does change how bright it is. So like if we look over, should see a bit of that effect here in like our area of China, which has electric streetlights here. We just have to a little bit of a difference here. And then as it gets nighttime, you do get to see it a little bit. Because I think these guys might not even be using streetlights, they might be unlit. Instead of using yeah, they're unlit. They're not even using the coal. Terrible. There's enough countries with slavery left. It's not too rare to see slavery. It's like 50-50. I mean, slave agitator, yeah. I've just not seen it when I've checked a few times. So, but it's also a small sample size. I believe you. The micro in Vic 2 was actually enjoyable because it felt like you were controlling a planned economy. In Vic 3, econ micro is like chasing your tail. Like, yeah, this feels incredible. I cannot pull up the information I want super quickly, which is like I have to like click several times before I can access the information I want. So yeah, I think the system's not very good. Wow, and like this, did they get built? No, it's just the oil. Just need more oil. Are we really gonna have to? We might have to swap back off of Glassworks. Oh, and then we can't go electric sewing. God, man. But houseware plastics is normally so good, but I think that's the majority of our oil consumption at this point. I mean, we have some places that are locally consuming some oil, but maybe that's just not worth it. Like they're using oil for modern ports and stuff. Oh, I can't swap that. Can't swap this. Good Amazonian mass migration. Nice. Can you give up, please? Oh, do we have to force out this guy? Oh, no, wait. Who's this guy? Dutch East Indies? Going after Sulu. What the fuck is the United Scientific Association? It's a technocracy. All the USA different government types have different names that all acronym out USA. Didn't even notice the no light to light. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually a huge fan of the 1.4, like, get our little lighthouses. I mean, also, like, as you industrialize more, the cities get bigger, but the conservatory is right there. It's not even, where's probably the, well, this actually might be the most industrialized place. Maybe not. But look, you get this nice, big, sprawling Germany. And then the lights come on. We don't talk about the Dominican uprising here. But yeah, also like 1.5 is just uber rough. I don't know if I could do it. I'm tempted. I think this has confirmed my suspicion that I don't think it's possible for us to just do like a 30 billion GDP China run or worth it to try. Orly Honest is nice because it supports laissez-faire free trade, not bad ideology. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so here we get play. Did I mess up? I didn't get a screen. Should I swap to China then? Let's save. Let's call this the end of episode 5. Although I don't think we'll continue this. And then load and swap to China. Save and swap to China. My only problem is the VIC-3 construction loop and the fact that data isn't conveniently available there. Too many tabs needed to jump between. Well, I mean, the thing is like, this is all there, this is primarily what there is to do, right? So if your primary gameplay loop is like XYZ thing, then it should be done well. I think they're trying to nerf construction, they are, so don't feel like you need to chase your tail. Construction isn't that fast in OP anymore, it means you have more time for Diplo and Wars. Alright, so we're gonna swap sides and see what happens when we capitulate. Not a fan of input goods in the market. Subbing for penalties feels weird. I also don't feel like the inflexibility when it comes to trade. I feel like you should... Subsidies should just work differently. Like, you shouldn't pay for all the wages. What subsidies should do is it should artificially increase or decrease the price. Like, this is kind of like how a subsidy works. Like, or this is how the subsidy would work IRL. Not just make sure the thing is fully employed. And you should be able to control how much you're artificially increasing or decreasing the price. So, like, if you want to say, I want to make this good cost 1 more in the market, and this is what I'll pay to do, then, like, every single buy order gets subsidized, and they have to pay less for it, or something like this would be a preferable way of doing it. But the substitute goods don't work as they should. Like, as a substitute gets cheaper, you should consume more of it. And my understanding is that's not actually how it's done in the game, and instead substitute goods, like if someone's going to consume grain or like meat, is not based on the price of the good, but is in fact, which is why meat is minus 38 and this is minus 17, despite the fact that being substitutes, but is based on just how much of the good is created, which is not how real world economics work. But I assume that this is a consequence of like of the fact that like the gameplay code would be too spaghetti if like consumption was that dynamic or something like this. The screen might only show when you're demanding the regime change, not when it's added as a world goal in the reverse way. Sad. Alright, well then let's capitulate here and see what's what. See if we get enforced on. Yeah, we'll enforce. Okay, so now we have wage subsidies and national militia. So that was not what we wanted, right? Okay, but now we're not at war here. So we can regime change someone as our war, yes? Unless we just have friendly relations with everyone. Why can't we regime change them? Alright, let's swap to someone else then. Someone who has interest everywhere. Regime change continues to be utterly useless. Okay then. Well, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Where is the regime change? Alright, let's regime change them. We're gonna click the button. And so I don't see two laws. I don't see this new implementation. I think this hasn't been implemented yet. Yeah, because the UI looks the same as it did before. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't give in immediately. It's crazy how much infamy you get from this too. But look at that queue, man. Somehow filling up 1K construction entirely with investment pool. Oh, look at their investment pool. It's so cranked up. Man, the AI sucks. They have 50 million in the investment pool. Just saved up, and it just cranks all the construction, and they just don't build more construction. Pick 2 out of finite goods as well. If there was not enough machine parts, for example, when you played multiplayer, no one could build factories for 3 years before the top 2 to 3 GPs upgraded theirs. Yeah, I think the ability to stockpile goods will be super good, and hopefully it allows you to manipulate prices in a way like that resembles like IRL subsidies. Can you imagine loading in this game and trying to play UK in this environment, in this economy? Baroda is free, so you don't even have... Well, Baroda is part of the United Scientific Associates, so you have zero market access to any of this. Except for, like, down here. This is the worst timeline for Britain. China's in the Italian market. Can't even sell opium to the Chinese. Gotta sell it to the Italians. I guess you still have Canada. AKA the United Scientific Association's hat. Victory simulated by a percentage penalty? Well, I think that is a pretty good way of enabling their supply and demand mechanic. I think I am going to conclude the stream here, though. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. I think I'm probably going to have a little bit of a think on whether to continue playing on 1.5 or to switch to 1.4, because both the runs, I finished recording both the China run and the Germany run in 1.5, which only have like a total of like 2 or 3 more episodes in total left to publish. But like overall, just like 1.5 just seems like not... I mean, we just have to swap sides because of war, like a ton, to like actually get the enforcements that like look normal or look proper. And I kind of don't like doing this, and I feel like people don't like watching me do this. And also, I mean, we don't have to play up to electricity. Ooh, it's nice to see that they're using the companies. This is the companies that they're using. That seems not very good. Maybe they're just randomly selecting them. But I think that also, like, the tedium of the local goods is, like, well, maybe we could play smaller starts and just focus on starting the economies and this sort of stuff. I definitely do want to come back when there's more unique companies. I don't want to, like, make a USA start run and then have the companies, the unique USA companies come in, and so, like, I'm kind of left at a loss of, like, what exactly I should be doing on the starts. I also, like, there's some runs that, like, I just categorically don't want to do. I was really hoping I could do a Indian Territory run. I mean, we see Indian Territory is free here. Oh, that's because we swayed them. Yeah. But they're in the German market. But, like, I was thinking that maybe that the warfare and everything was so brick that we could do Indian territories, conquers India, but the few times we tried it... Let's try it one more time. Let's actually not outro the stream just yet. I think electricity and transport being local is fine, makes sense, but didn't I say what? That more late game allows global maxing. I was thinking it might before I played this session. I was thinking with condensing pump engine we should just like really take off, and it didn't feel like that. So you don't need to watch Mappy as much. The Mappy's still like a 5% penalty kind of, or you're still being pulled 5% in the direction, which leads to like 1 or 2% not your favor. I don't know, but you get the extra throughput. Maybe, I mean, you would have to do a world conquest type run too, and maybe mine just, like, the Germany we were playing just didn't look like that enough, and we just didn't have enough oil. And we also just had to play around with the PMs. I think that I'm not a fan of the luxury goods changes producing way more luxury goods, because you have to use the baser PMs, which are less efficient, so maybe this is, like, also a significant cause of, like, problems. But we'll see if we can do a little bit of Indian territory practice here, actually, just for just a moment. It's not too complex, the build trees for this. One nice thing is the USA will win all of our civil wars for us pretty comfortably, so... I think in theory, you should be, like, re-rolling to get an advantageous tech spread thing going. Trying to get Mappy as quickly as possible, so I think you probably re-roll until you're spreading stock exchange, and then you go romanticism other than that, but we're just gonna go stock exchange here. I'm not sure though. I changed my opinion from being slightly one way to slightly the other. It's possible that you can get a much higher GDP just because the extra throughput on all the companies. This would be the source of the major source. This and the rice. Farms allowing double employment would be a major source of the increase in GDP. And the question is will the 23% or will the 20% throughput be able to overcome, you know, the prices and this type of thing? And I'm not sure what the answer is to this. We also have to improve relations. So what we need here is we need help from Mummy or Daddy. And we need the USA to, like, break really hard. We could declare war on them now. I think I'm gonna wait and maybe try and reverse sway something. Not sure how that gets expensive in our market, but okay, you do you, fam. I don't think it'll be good for us. Oh, it looks like sawmills works, so we're gonna do sawmills. Help to power up the industrialist. We don't have lathes yet, so this won't quite work the same way, but I guess we'll just do this. And the furniture, the main idea behind the furniture was trying to create demand for the hardwood. Looks like this is already a little bit more profitable into the US market. The problem is we are eating very severe MAPI penalties on everything because our current MAPI modifier is like really bad. So while we're selling to the US market, we're selling at a super depressed price, but they're buying it up, but our market price is... so we have a 0.6 MAPI here, or 60% MAPI, so... But we did want to... I've been just trying this again. I've tried this a couple times and it just didn't feel good enough to like really swing it, so... It's kind of my perception that I didn't think it was really possible. It is nice getting a little bit of extra construction at the beginning. Definitely gonna try and get the UK or France to help us out. I think normally France has an interest in the region, but now they don't. Not gonna improve relations with Texas though here. And again, just testing, so not trying to uber min-max, but yeah. Having a little bit of difficulty in playing up. I suppose we will want a tooling workshop at some point, so we'll do that. But now we're creating some demand orders for both our wood and our hardwood, and selling off these goods in the market, the American market, so just going to be kind of spreading stuff out. I think that we are going to run into, yep. So this is a thing that's actually pretty annoying. For specifically Indian territories, this construction thing, costing extra, is actually really a little bit backbreaking. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually juggle this to the back of the queue with other things. Until we can get railroads, I guess. God, that's actually super not fun. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do this for an hour before we can actually do a fight with someone. But this is like kind of how you do this run, unless declaring on them immediately works by us being able to sway. But we see that undecided is the UK and Mexico. If we could get both like on our side, that'd be a pretty big deal, pretty big game. We see here, I think we want to go Romanticism so we can get off of... Actually, our Industrialists are going to get caked out. I don't think we need that. We maybe want urban planning, though. This will give us a little bit more to work with. In terms of infrastructure. Or we could, I guess, rush railroads. Try. I think we're supposed to try and rush railroads. That sucks. Let's try and do this. We don't have any mines anyway, so... Construction, please, no. Don't do it. Oh my god, we actually messed up. The star's super bricked. It's not bricked, but like it's super not optimal. You're supposed to... road maintenance. I think we're going to be more resource industry oriented. I'm not sure. We'll promote social mobility, which will give us more other stuff, and I guess manufacturing for now. And then re-add in consumption tax, like liquor, sure. And now, do we have a little bit more infra? We have a little bit more infra. I think the extra 5 construction, theoretically, you could re-roll until you get an engineer. Yeah, we're not looking to... This is a viability test, but yeah, in theory, we would re-roll until we get an engineer, which, like, kind of fucking sucks to do. We also haven't started passing a law here, right? We could also do slavery. Do slavery. Oh, do we have a jingoist? Do we high roll? Yeah, it looks like we high rolled. I don't think it's a guaranteed jingoist. Looks like we're gonna have to delete the construction sector here, but that's fine. Yeah, let's actually just delete that now. So we're unrecognized. We don't want to run a huge debt. It's gonna make our industry less profitable, but that's fine. We'll just slowly pull out of this. Mainly just looking to see if we have cordial, and yeah, cordial genial. Maybe we take a save, go for independence, see if we can sway. But the main thing here is Texas doesn't get gobbled up very much as well in this patch. And the fact that Texas doesn't get gobbled up actually makes the run incredibly, like, way easier. So we're just going to see independence and see who we can maybe sway. It looks like we can't sway anyone, so we'll just take a load. And we'll look to try it at the next breakpoint of, like, cordial whatever with the UK. Notably, the UK can actually put people on our front, actually, so this makes a pretty significant difference. So maybe we'll try and do a Native American territory run, actually. And we'll just let this... Ooh, don't want to finish that. Don't want to finish it. Do not want to finish it. We want to play the juggling game. Never finish. We never finish. We can also rev really comfortably, so. Can we do a trade route? Yeah, we should probably be doing trade routes. Just for the profitability. No, can we not as a vassal? Fair enough. You got us. But yeah, I mean, I 100% think it's going to be, because we're going to be stuck on this amount of construction for so long, I 100% think it's worth it to do the thing. We actually probably even want to delete the cotton plantation at some point in the game. We have really powerful industrialists here, so... But, like, how hard is it to get off serfdom? But what we can do is we can just delete the landowner building, the one building. And let the tooling workshop complete. And delete this. Although, yeah, I mean, like, the employment in this is, like, non-existent. We basically have no pops, so... Also, we could just force corn... No, we can't force corn laws. There's not a way for us to do this, but... I think we're going to delete this cotton plantation here in just a second, and instead get the tooling workshop complete. Let's actually do that now. And then after this, I think we just add maybe coal mines. Oh, coal mines, I think, because we definitely want to use lighting. Okay, so we finished that. We should be at just a little bit over infrastructure, or we're even on infrastructure. Rather, and now we only have capitalist-owned buildings, right? Oh, sorry. Now we only have capitalist-owned buildings. And this also helps to give us demand for the other stuff. So it should crank up the capitalists, specifically the industrialists. Yeah, they're coming on up. And they should get a whole bunch of clout. Cotton gin is nice-ish. Petite bourgeoisie is caked up. Yeah, you love to see it, I guess. The meta is to build until 1 week, yeah. Yeah. I remember. Very nice to roll that event. But I think I like the idea of deleting the other things so we can go laissez-faire after this. Because I think stock exchange unlocks laissez-faire. Unlocks free trade. What unlocks laissez-faire? Oh, international trade. Fair enough. You got us. But now, I think we'll get an urban center. What's our urbanization level, actually? Will we get an urban center with another one? No, we don't have enough urbanization. Because if we got an urban center, we could get 2 more infrastructure. Wow, nice event. 20 prestige is huge. Yeah, it is. We got a revolution brewing, it doesn't matter. Alright, based. Would you look at this? Oh, we're on Prez Republic autocracy? Jesus Christ. We're Banana Republic. But we're going to ban. So now do we want to go tenant farmers or homesteading? I think we might just go... Someone asked me about this earlier. I said I probably didn't think about it enough. I'm trying to think about it now. It really kneecaps the landowners. The landowners are basically a non-factor, though. This will give us more IP. So let's just do this. And also maybe we don't rev the landowners. We'll keep these guys. They want poor laws, I guess. And then we could queue this behind, something like this. We wouldn't mind them demarginalizing. Except they're not even that upset, but they're not going to demarginalize unless they're more literate. I think we do have the literacy. Yeah, we do have the literacy one. We are going to need to do the things. A little turmoil action. Man, people are really pissed. Let's try lowering the taxes, because it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe we keep the taxes low to try and give bonuses. It's not like we can add construction right now anyways. This looks pretty responsive to that, actually. Which is one of the adjustments in 1.5. So immediately see the turmoil is starting to go away. We're cordial. Let's take a save and see if maybe we can get some help. So we'd rather get independent as early as possible. And it might just be a case of just needing to high roll. Like, I don't want to re-roll a dozen times to make this work, so... And this might be the situational. That defecting event is so good. 20% landowner strength is supposed to be a bad event, but it ends up pretty good for trade union and rev. I think we don't want the trade unions to rev, though. We'd rather they demarginalize. I guess they won't demarginalize either way, so... Take that. The landowners have demands. We can make them insurrectionary. Ten of armies, let's go. We will preserve serfdom. Man, going agrarianism first might still be better, to be honest. Just to get off the bad mappy faster. This is the soup we're swimming in now, though. Alright, we're involved in a plan now. We can't do anything. I think we're a vassal, not a dominion or anything like that, so... You guys could fight Rev for you? Yeah, they could fight the Rev for us. And this is the plan if the landowners Rev, but we don't want the trade unions to Rev because we don't want to kneecap their clout. We'd rather the clout be high. We want their bonuses. In the hands of the state, I find solace. Great Sioux Nation, sorry. Oklahoma work brigades. I don't think we want extra penalties from turmoil. So we just rev here, which unfortunately is going to break some of our construction, I think, or buildings. This is another reason to not want to rev, but this will allow us to pass through this rev faster. Kind of don't like the autocratic presidential rev, to be honest, or presidential republic. Alright, looks like it doesn't break that, but it is gonna break... Oh, we got to keep most of our buildings, or all of our buildings? This is the best rev ever. Extra conscriptable battalions. Can we sway or do it? No, we can't do anything. They have full control of the war. So we're gonna add logging. Is it turmoil that's driving this? I mean, looks like we got rid of most of the radicals. So they instantly occupy. This should be good. After this, I think we're... Are we in the next tier? Okay, so now we're amicable. So this is the highest tier we can get. So after this, we're gonna do a little bit of a check if we can get their support. And if we can't, we're probably just gonna call it a stream. Although if they can, we're probably gonna still call it a stream and just maybe do Indian Territories run in 1.5, because I feel like it hasn't been possible to do a high consistency run in this. It's possible to bink it if you just roll lucky, I think, but I don't think that there's I don't want to record episodes where it's like just trying to roll lucky. Alright, so let's take a save. We also prepped a China run where we're not spreading like romanticism and we are actively doing the other one. Alright, so let's they're cocky and no one wants to sway. Do we have a... Let's just take it to the limit. See, if we rev and we swap sides, what we can do is we can sway them with offering to become a subject. So this might be the way to do it. But that's what we tried, and then they didn't send any troops. When we were experimenting with that one. So I don't think that works. I don't know. It's probably not. There's probably not a consistent way to do it. Why would they take that? The offer to become a subject? The UK? We offer to become a protectorate? I mean, it's like, in some sense, it's like kind of bad for us because we we don't have iron, so it's, and we have to make railroads without iron. But the idea is we could conquer our way out through Texas if we offer to become a protectorate of the UK. UK is, I mean, I also think like they're like more likely to expect that when they roll economic imperialism, this type of thing. And so, but like nothing came of it when we did it. Like normally, normally you can't even get to this front of the UK, right? But the system's bugged out 1.5. You could travel through it, and so they can get to this front, which of course is a like obvious bug. But yeah, I think I'm gonna conclude the stream here then. Thank you all for watching. It was fun. I'm gonna hit you with an ad and say adieu, au revoir. Wait, I'm gonna answer plays. Respond to this. Of all the possibilities I can think of, seem RNG dependent. Yeah, so it's not that I think it's impossible. It's that I don't want to, you know, be recording a run and spend like, you know, 20 minutes explaining a strategy and then have the strategy break and then have to re-record 20 minutes explaining a strategy, or just use the 20 minutes of explanation and just like be like, okay, we're about to re-roll this 1,000 times, and like it just seems very tedious and like I'm not sure how good a content it makes for it, but I don't really know. Anyways, have a good one, you guys. I wish you all the best. I think the next time I'm going to be streaming is going to be Saturday at 9:30, which is like the normal streaming slot, and then on Sunday we will have the conclusion to the 3v3v3 for season 1.3. Probably going to have a thing on the YouTube about a poll about playing on 1.5 versus 1.4. This sort of thing, because 1.4, like, the runs are, like, kind of bricked, but we get to demonstrate a cooler system, so, yeah, anyways, there's the ad for you. Of course, these are the people who do not have, or the people who are still here, of course, the ones that are, have Odd Blocker or are, YouTube Prime, but that's, you know, as it goes, but, see you later. Doo-doo-doo.